Hello everyone, and welcome to Great Day to be a Bobcat. I'm Eric Fouché, Vice President for College Advancement and a proud two-time Bates parent. As you know, Great Day is one of the most important giving days of the year for Bates. We're grateful for this time to be together as a Bates community, no matter where we are in the world, and for this opportunity to spotlight the impact of our collective generosity. In fact, today, when we reach our goal of 1,855 donors, our collective effort will unlock a bonus $100,000 for Bates. So thank you to everyone for your role in our success today. I'm thrilled to welcome you now to the live stream in the start of the Great Day online, which is our opportunity to bring campus to you through our lineup of guests. I hope you'll check the schedule and come back often throughout the day to hear from President Gary Jenkins, catch a live podcast with some of our student athletes, hear about well-being at Bates, see legendary Dean Reese, and many more campus luminaries. It's a great lineup this year. The live stream is also our chance to thank as many of our Great Day donors as we can. Our Great Day gifts make an impact that lasts, empowering Bobcats to make a difference each and every day. And we are celebrating that fact virtually with you today because it's always a great day to be a Bobcat. Thank you for your continued support of Bates. To kick off the live stream this year, we have two campus stars ready to thank you for jumping in for a great day. I'm joined now by Christine Schwartz, Associate Vice President for Dining, Conferences, and Campus Events, and Kim Trosniak, Senior Associate Dean of Students. They see firsthand, day in and day out, the impact your support has on today's students, and I know they can't wait to get this Great Day party started. So Christine and Kim, let's thank some donors.
The Marcy Plavin Dance Concert is a performance produced by the Department of Theater and Dance each year. We coordinate with the Bates Dance Festival to bring in a stellar team of artists from around the country to create new repertory works with our students. Through the generous support of the Plavin family, as well as the Bates Learning Associate program, we're able to bring in 3 guest artists each year for the creation of new devised works with the students.
Artists are chosen for the repertory course based on styles that they work in, what is currently offered in the program through our dance faculty and our applied dance faculty, and where we feel like there are more styles that could be filled in some way.
Bates College is really unique in that it has the Bates Dance Festival integral to its programming. Students in the dance department get to engage the festival not just in the summertime, but throughout the entire academic year. It is a real bolster to their liberal arts experience, as well as their experience training in dance.
The artists who we are able to bring in are real leaders in the field, are real innovators. We have had MacArthur Genius Award winners. We have had chairs and tenure tracks from other colleges here. We have had Doris Duke Award winners, Bessie Award winners, really, really impressive, exciting, meaningful artists who are doing important work in the field of dance as it is right now.
Our dance program at Bates focuses both on artistic practice and embodied activism. The ways that these students get to engage with these artists throughout the curriculum within the major, within the minor, as well as through Bates Dance Festival programming really helps develop them holistically as artists, as students, as scholars who are actively engaged in the world.
Students are really engaging all parts of their brains and their bodies all day long, from being in very specific technique courses to going into more theoretical courses. And then they are also engaging in the evenings with panel discussions, with performances, and all sorts of other sort of wider context events that we present.
The Marcy Plavin Dance Concert is an excellent show, but even more importantly is the student experience. Students working on it really have a transformational experience, working together, learning new ways of creating, integrating their ideas within the studio. It's challenging, have to work hard, sweat hard, negotiate all sorts of things from their schedules, their additional academics, personal relationships. It's a lot to take on, and yet it is incredibly rewarding. Creating works with these professional artists is empowering for students. I see it happening. I see them working really hard in the studio, generating through process-oriented creations, and having then some output via this performance. I see the learning manifest on stage.
My name is Harrison Nash. I'm a sophomore here at Bates. I do a lot of things on campus. My main thing is I'm on the sailing team. I was recruitment chair last year, and I'm now the captain this year. And so it was such a great place for me to kind of, get introduced to Bates, meet people on campus, and do a bunch of different things. Through that, I was able to meet, friends, friends of friends, and just really get to know a lot of people. I also have an on-campus job, which I do, and that's in the club sports department. And that's a lot of fun. Able to work with a really tight team, but we're able to manage budgets and do a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, I'm Charlie. I'm a sophomore and a bio major with a philosophy minor. I am currently the e-room manager for the outing club, so I run trips with them and help coordinate students when they need to check out gear to do their own adventures. I also am involved in the local community, volunteering at the elementary school, and I'm also part of the Bates ski team, and I'm starting research with faculty in their lab this semester.
Great. What are some resources around campus that you feel make Bates unique among other schools?
I'm a big fan of the PLC and the SWOLC. You get a lot of tutoring there for literally any subject. In some of your freshman classes, and going up to senior year, you'll get the CATs, or the course attached tutors, who you can use. They always have office hours and things like that where you can go to them, ask whatever questions you want. Literally anything, homework, tests, labs, whatever you want. And that's just like the biggest thing that I use, especially for, when I'm having trouble with classes.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that whole space is really unique. And it's also great to have the cats in class. So if you're confused about a concept, you can get help in class, and then it helps you kind of continue throughout. And you don't actually get stuck. And they're really good at, if you're doing homework in the PLC, you're able to get the answer immediately. And so you're not like running into these walls, and you're able to just kind of continue throughout. There are also a lot of like adults on campus who can talk to you about like whatever you're talking about, whatever you want to talk about. So that being like academic or things going on in like your personal life. And I think there are a lot of resources in that sense as well.
It's a great day to be a Bobcat!
I think my biggest achievement is graduating as a first-generation college
Welcome
student.
to the 2024 Mount David Summit.
I would say Mount David in one word is collaborative.
I'm just so
I would describe
excited
Mount
and
David
stoked to
Summit
see them here.
as an
I think we're really lucky to have
Focused
the ability to
energy.
have a
I
class
think it's
that's
very
small and
culminating.
I know probably.
I think my biggest achievement is graduating as a first-generation college student, and just being able to fly out my parents here. My little brother is such a huge privilege for me, and I'm just so excited and stoked to see them here.
I think we're really lucky to have the ability to have a class that's small and I know probably every single person out here coming in 2020, maybe not the most ideal, but I think although this class has been through a lot, we're really lucky to have each other, and I think it's only made us stronger on the other side.
My thesis and completing my thesis was probably the biggest moment for me, just because I was able to develop my studies to the point where I could really talk about it deeply and passionately, and I also got to meet a lot of people in the community and really connect with my advisor one-on-one.
Freshman year, I was so scared, especially coming in during 2020. I was so nervous. I didn't even want to walk to the bathroom by myself. That's how nervous and scared I was. Being a senior, I feel so much more confident, and that's probably the thing I'm most proud of, and it's probably the biggest change I've made, is I'm more confident. I'm so excited, so happy, just so eager. And I'm not afraid, probably the most important part too.
I'm most proud of the relationships I was able to make here while I was at Bates College. We went through tougher times in the beginning, and that really brought us closer together. We all are very genuine people. It's all love, and it shows. I think we're one of the closest classes here to walk through Bates Halls, and I'm excited. I'm excited to do this with everyone today.
My experience at Bates was amazing. I enjoyed every moment of it, and I wish I could relive the 4 years again.
So I originally came to Bates just wanting to be an economics major, but I took the first year seminar called The Communication Equation with Professor Andy Alford, and it was about how we communicate math and looking at math from a different perspective. And I think for me that was a pivotal point at Bates, because that's ultimately what helped me decide to major in math.
Someone who really supported me this whole time was Ornella, a Commons worker actually, who I met when I started working in Commons my sophomore year, and every single day she checked in on me, made sure I was getting fed, made sure I was, showing up for meals, and just checking up on me all through my 4 years, and I'm really gonna miss her so much.
One of the best faculty relationships I've had with a professor was my academic advisor, Professor Emily Kane. She is the reason, among some of the other sociology professors, that I am a sociology major. She inspired me during a time where people could not connect because of masks, and she still was able to bring so much light and passion to a subject.
I would say the thing that I'm most proud of here is the community that we have. We just had all the seniors go up on top of Mount David and watch the sunrise, and we're all crying, hugging each other, and I think it's really special, the senior community that we have here.
I see potential everywhere at Bates. I see it in the depth and breadth of intellectual ambition that knows no limits. In Bates, I see an education that aims to treat the entirety of each student with care and attention. One that combines the academic rigor, whether it's in the classrooms, in the labs, on the stage, in the studio, with a deep investment in every aspect of success, well-being, and engagement. I see a Bates education that lays a foundation for a rich and satisfying life, allowing our students to discover their interests, to hone their talents and skills, and grow as leaders and contributors across all walks of endeavor. Our faculty are working at the forefront of their fields, breaking new ground and creating new knowledge that expands and improves understanding and the human experience. We nurture and support this place and the education that occurs here because ultimately it advances a greater good for all. I believe deeply in the power of collaboration and teamwork because I believe that when people and institutions join forces, opportunities multiply. Because I believe that win-wins are better and more lasting than just wins. And because I believe that we go further and are stronger when we lift one another up.
Welcome to the 2024 Mount David Summit.
I would say Mount David in one word is collaborative.
I would describe Mount David Summit as an end of a journey.
Focused energy.
I think it's very culminating.
Exciting.
Exciting.
I feel like I've said exciting a lot, but that's the word in my mind right now, is exciting.
My thesis project is motivated by the antibiotic resistance crisis. And so my project's looking at synthesizing novel compounds in Jennifer Koviach-Cote's lab to then be researched biochemically in Colleen O'Loughlin's lab. I think the most exciting part about this work is getting a subset of data and then trying to ask what's the next experiment that I want to do.
I just walked in and all I've seen is smiles on people's faces, parents, friends, siblings, all throughout the atrium. So it's just really great to come together and present our hard work over these last 4 years.
In the first semester, I synthesized a library of compounds, and then I got to test them this semester for antiviral activity. Every year, I'm always so excited to come to Mount David and see what everyone's been working on throughout the year, just because I love hearing what people are passionate about, and it's really exciting to be that person talking now. It's been this build-up for 4 years, and now it's my turn.
We're looking at regenerating retinal ganglion cells, which are the cells that connect the eye to the brain when they're lost in neurodegenerative disease. And I like that my friends are also able to sort of come to my poster and get to hear like what I've been doing, because I'm like, oh, I'm going to lab and I'm there so much, but nobody's really in lab. It's not like there's like a camera on me or like anything like around me that's like, oh, here's what Maddie's doing today. So it's cool to be able to have my friends come and get to see what I've been doing as well.
In many ways, I think Mount David is the culmination of some of the most important things that I've done as a Bates student, that I've been committed to as a Bates student. It's exciting, maybe a bit nerve-wracking to think that I'm giving the presentation this time around.
Basically, this summit has been my inspiration and motivation for me to kind of envision my senior self writing or presenting my senior thesis.
I've been working with Professor Bev Johnson in the EECS department, looking at carbon dynamics upstream and downstream of a tidal restriction in a salt marsh in Wells. I didn't know that research was something I wanted to do going into college, and learning from her expertise has been so incredible to my development. And it's really nice to have someone who's taking an interest in your growth and your education.
When I was a first year, I couldn't even imagine being a senior, let alone finishing a thesis. So being here is a very surreal experience, and it just showcases the hard work I've done in lab, that my peers have done in lab or in the classroom or other spaces, as well as my mentors' great ability to teach and guide someone through a research project. So getting to share that good feeling with everyone is great.
Working with students was the big draw for me to come to Bates.
I think many people think of research as something that these people are just like over there looking at some things in the microscope and getting around these colorful chemicals, but it's just more than that. I would say it's a whole growth process. We don't just grow professionally, but we also grow in the way we interact with the people around us, making friends, and also just making very good connections with our personal instructor over here. We have a pretty small group here. We share jokes, we share life stories and experiences. At the same time, we're getting some progress up in the lab.
I really like doing hands-on things. I didn't expect to like Western blot so much, because we work with gels and it's very, it's very nice to experience it with your hands. And it feels like I am a child, even though I'm in a professional lab, but it feels very nice to me. I feel like I enjoy the process of research in general. There is something about it as it's very structural, but since you never know what actually is at the other side of it, you're always wondering, which gives it this sense of adventure.
Lab for me has been a great exposure tool for gaining exposure with techniques and stuff, and really what a layout would look like in a post-grad lab as opposed to undergrad labs. So a lot of orgo labs, and this is just by design, is they're set up for you. And you get to learn skills, but they're not really at your discretion. That's one of the great things about this lab, is you have a lot of freedom and control about what direction you want to take. And any ideas you have are free to share, and you can guide the direction of your experience.
Everything is planned and set up in a really efficient way, which allows us to do hopefully really high quality experiments. And the facility that we have available here is really absolutely state of the art.
And I think all this experience that I'm collecting, including this research experience, which is very connected to my major, are channeling me towards what I want to do in life after Bates. I really believe that the process of knowing what you want to do goes through knowing what you don't want to do. And that's like really like the whole idea that purpose work here at Bates is about.
I wouldn't say that like there is a drastic change between me in the past before coming to Bates and me right now, but I think I'm definitely like with every year I understand better who I am, and I have a clearer sense of what is my purpose, what makes me happy, and who are my people.
It's really like most rewarding, I think, for like working here, having the opportunity to work with students, is that it keeps me really engaged in the lab technique and the work. So I cannot outsource modern techniques that are coming up since my own scientific training to an experienced graduate student or postdoc. Like the fact that I'm the one working in the lab with students here myself means that I have to keep my own knowledge up to date and see how to do certain experiments, learn about it, get good in them hopefully, so that I can then be an efficient mentor for the students. And that's a really great way for me to learn and to keep learning and to stay engaged in it, and also to see what are things that the students are interested in, what do they want to learn, and to factor that into my work, into my teaching and courses, but of course also into my research work here in Bonny, to make sure that what I can offer for the students is hopefully relevant, beneficial, and interesting to them.
Kristen Lanesbury, Vice President for Communications and Marketing. I've been at Bates since October, so this is my first great day, although it's always a great day to be a Bobcat. I'm so happy to be here and to share in the enthusiasm of the worldwide Bates community today. And I'm here alongside President Gary Jenkins. And Gary, I know this is your second great day, so you're a pro at this.
Yes.
I thought we would put you on the spot with a great day lightning round to help get me up to speed about everything that makes Bates great. What do you say?
Let's do it.
All right, let's get started. Our theme is Bates Greats.
Bates Greats.
Yep, here we go. Greatest meal in Commons.
Oh gosh, there are so many, but I've got to shout out the homemade soups. Those are my favorite, and the whoopie pies.
I'm team falafel. Greatest view of campus.
Oh, historic quad.
Can't beat it.
Can't beat it.
Greatest athletics cheering zone.
Well, the student section at Alumni Gym.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that.
Yeah, there's something special about it. There's so much history.
And so much energy.
And energy. There's a reason they call it alumni magic.
Yeah, I love it. Greatest accomplishment you've seen this academic year?
Oh gosh, Kristen, there have been so many accomplishments by our Bates community, but let me shout out two things. First is that we were named a Fulbright top producer for the 14th consecutive year. Really exciting. And the second is our new partnership with QuestBridge.
Gary, can you tell us a little bit more about QuestBridge?
Sure. QuestBridge is a national nonprofit that connects high-achieving, low-income students with top colleges. And it's an organization that has more than 20 years of experience. They have outreach and connections to students from virtually every state. They use a match system that's similar to the medical school residency to put students together with partner colleges. And this year, Bates and Harvard were among the 3 new institutions that have partnered with them. And as a result, they've got all 8 Ivies now, 9 out of 11 NESCACs, 20 with us, 24 of the top 25 national liberal arts colleges. So it's a great group. Selection is highly competitive, and it's going to help us bring wonderful students to Bates.
Great, we're in really good company there. Okay, Gary, greatest Bates-related Instagram account that is not yours.
Well, we've got so many great accounts that are both institutional and the student groups that I love. Some of the ones that come to mind quickly are women's volleyball, the volleyball team. They have a great account. Women's basketball team has a great account. Our Purposeful Work has a great account. They do lots of great interviews with students. And I love our a cappella groups. So all of them. You get a little music, a little entertainment as well.
Greatest moment of community engagement this year?
Oh, well, trick or treat, the campus trick or treat. It's a wonderful new tradition, so much energy, and it's hard to tell who's having more fun, our students or the young kids that they're giving candy to.
Absolutely. I brought my 2 girls there, and it was wonderful to see.
Good. Did they have fun?
Oh, they had a blast. They had a blast. Okay, greatest reason for making a great day gift.
Well, we want Bates to be the very best Bates that it can be. And every single aspect of the Bates experience, as you know, is supported through gifts, through philanthropy. And our amazing alumni, parents, and friends support us, and we're so grateful. And that's what this day is about. So I can't think of a better reason to support Bates and jump in.
All right. Well, thank you so much for getting me up to speed and reminding all of us what an amazing community Bates is and how our support has an impact. We covered a lot of ground really quickly in that lightning round. What else would you like to share?
Well, thanks, Kristen. What I'll say is to all of our alumni and friends, I just want to say thank you, first of all, first and foremost. Great Day is a powerful moment to celebrate Bates and the education that we provide. Bates prepares students to make positive contributions to their communities and to the wider world. The Bates experience, as you know, is so deeply rooted in deep inquiry and creative problem solving and powerful collaboration. It prepares all of our students to meet whatever challenges come their way. So thank you to all who are supporting us today on Great Day and every day.
Gary, is there anyone special we need to give a shout out to?
We do. There are some shout outs I want to give. So first, I want to give a special shout out to our mighty 50th reunion class. The class is 75. They have already met their Great Day class challenge, and they're still going strong.
All right.
And I'd also like to acknowledge the class of 2000. They are our fantastic 25th reunion class. They have a $10,000 challenge in place to mark this exciting milestone.
That's impressive.
So we're excited for them. And I'm going to give a special shout out to our most recent alumni. Those are the classes of 2020 through 2024. We love seeing you engaged as alumni, no matter what forms it takes. And today, your gift can have an even greater impact because those gifts are eligible for both our overall Great Day challenge as well as a special match just for the 5 most recent classes.
So Gary, you're saying that if I were a young alum, and I really wish I were, if I gave $50, it would result in $100 in support of Bates, and it could unlock an additional $100,000?
Yes, that's it.
Wow.
In fact, it could be the gift that puts us over the top.
And a little Bobcat told me that we might be close to reaching that milestone.
I think that that's true. I think we're right up on that target. And once we unlock that gift, when we hit that milestone, we're not stopping though.
All right.
I think our team in the college here, we've got some more surprises to come and some exciting challenges to come. So it's a great day and it's going to continue.
Sure is.
So your gifts make a difference. They empower our Bobcats to make a difference. And today we celebrate our gratitude, our appreciation, but also our excellence and our future as a college, because it's always a great day to be a Bobcat. Kristen, what do you think? Should we thank some donors?
Yes, we should.
Should we check in, see how we're doing? Let's do it.
just excited to like try new things, just explore the area. I don't know, it's just like a big change. I'm moving across the country, so it's all just really exciting.
I don't know, I think I'm just really excited to be here. The campus is so beautiful.
For me, the big pull from Bates was the fact that it's such a tight-knit community. You know, it seems like everyone has each other's back, and that meant a lot to me.
I'm just excited to get to know everybody and get to know my roommate. And then we also have the ASOP trip, which I'm super excited for.
I'm excited to meet new people from different places. I think that'll be really cool and learn about different cultures and try new things and step out of my comfort zone.
Getting to learn and, you know, be in a place as beautiful as Maine also was a big draw for me.
I love sharing ideas and getting to know what everyone else is interested in, and I'm just so excited to talk to people about that.
I'm really passionate about math as well, and I just want to learn more.
I mean, I really love smaller schools. I love like an intimate education. Like I like interacting with my peers a lot. I love sort of getting a hands-on experience with what I'm studying, and I find that liberal arts is the route I should take with that. Like the commitment to excellence in education here is really what I was looking for.
I think I'm most proud of the fact that the past 18 years of my life have been all building up to like basically this one moment, and I think just looking back and kind of remembering about all the hard work that I put into getting here is probably what I'm most proud of.
I'm proud of my parents and my family. I know how much they had to work hard and how much they had to sacrifice to get me here today, and I'm really proud of that, and I'm really grateful for that.
I can finally like relax and enjoy being here, and I don't have to like fight for it anymore. I'm celebrating like all my accomplishments and the reason I'm here. And I'm just like, I'm psyched. That's it. That's all. I'm really excited.
Having resources like CAP, that I feel like is a really positive aspect that they have, that's kind of unique to us. Having someone to talk to in these cold winter months, or having like a free resource they can get like mental health assistance on.
Just being able to be an athlete and a student at the same time. I'm on the varsity swim team, but it's been a great experience being able to balance athletics and academics. And the unwavering support that both my coaches and fellow peers have had towards my goals.
This one might be obvious, but the research help desk and lab is actually insanely helpful. They will answer any question for you, and they also are really excited to help you, it's really great. And it's a great resource.
I think there's a lot of resources that are really awesome here at Bates. One that I would shout out is our faculty advising. Starting from your first year, every student has a faculty advisor. Once you declare your major, usually in your sophomore year, you get a major advisor. We're both seniors and are going through a thesis process. In addition, you also have a faculty member who's advising your thesis. So it really feels like there's a lot of support from the second you get on campus.
Multi-faith events are a really great way to be in community and hold space together, and also like do some art projects and just reflect a little bit, and those are really awesome ways to kind of be in community.
Sassy every day. I live in the tutor center. I love to be there for social time, but also because I need help like every day. I'm gonna shout out Commons, low-key. I love Commons. I love having everyone in one space and seeing the same faces every single day. I feel like other universities don't have that because they have multiple dining halls, so it's nice to get to see everyone in one spot.
Being able to step up into a senior leadership role in the outing club as a freshman has given me so much time to work on my leadership skills and think about what I want to do after Bates.
It's a great day to be a Bobcat.
I'm Darby.
I'm Tanya.
And we're delighted to be here. We team up every year for this. I work at the Harvard Center for Community Partnerships, so it is a great day to be a Bobcat, but it's also a great day to have a college in Lewiston, Maine. So I'm just doing that number, right? And just want to shout out all the amazing students who get involved in the off-campus community and all the amazing community partners who help educate our students in the non-classroom environment. So yay for the Harvard Center, yay for Bates, yay for Lewiston, Maine. Over to you, Tanya.
Love that, love that. So again, my name is Tanya. I'm the Associate Dean and Director at the Student Center for Belonging and Community. So I would say one of the best things that I like about Bates is all the diversity in the student body and the many experiences that they get to have while being in Lewiston and Maine and the surrounding areas. So now we get to thank our donors.
All of you for being amazing donors.
You are looking live here at Garcelon Field here on the campus of Bates College in Lewiston, Maine. This afternoon, it's NESCAC football. the Bates Bobcats and the Middlebury Panthers. Seneca more in the game that time. Hands off to Linsky on the run pass option. Linsky breaks a tackle. This time Bosslake back to pass, and he's got a receiver open in the end zone. Was it a touchdown? And it is a touchdown. A 9-yard pass. Third and 8. Back to pass. Looks like it was batted away by number 23, Jack Morrison. Back to pass. He's got a receiver. And they're going to call it incomplete. 2 minutes left. Bosselate back to pass. And he's looking for Beltran. He's got Beltran down to the 33-yard line. A diving catch. If they don't get the first down, not sure what Coach Coyne would do. And there's a pass in the end zone. He's got Beltran in the end zone for a Bobcat score. 75 yards on the drive. And the Bobcats take the lead again. So Levy gets the snap. It hits the upright and no good. The Bobcats dodge a bullet. Levy missed a 21-yard chip shot. That's no more than an extra point. It banged off the right upright and fell short. And this time the handoff taken by Stockwell, and he stopped immediately. So Bosslate on the run pass option has a receiver wide open. It's going to be number 83, Ryan Gleason, and he gets the ball all the way down to the 30-yard line. Wide open in the middle of the field. Bosslate slings it out to Beltran. Sergio Beltran's going to catch the ball, makes an inside move, and dives for the score. Sergio Beltran got the pass from Colton Bosslate, made 2 quick, shifty moves there, got inside the defender, dove across the goal line for the score. And just like that, Marcos Ruiz splits the uprights. The Bobcats now take the lead again with 5:22 left. Ran back to pass. The pocket collapsed. He's going to be hit in there by a whole host of Bobcats, and who's hit first by number 23, Jack Morrison. He's going to sack Moran. And Levy's kick is up, and it looks like it's going to be short. It's short. Zach Levy ended up on the ground. The ball was short in a very brisk wind here going across the field. That ball, from the time it was kicked, had no shot. Here's the handoff, and Linsky has it, and he is hit. And they're going to do the tush push, and I think he got it. He got hit right at the line of scrimmage by about 5 Panthers. And it looks like they're going to spot him for a first down, and they are! Ryan Linsky had the greatest 1-yard run in his 2-year short career here. Earlier in the season, the Bobcats knocked off Wesleyan, and today they knocked off Middlebury. That is the first Bates Bobcats win over the Middlebury Panthers since guess when? 1988.
Hi, my name is Ned Moreland, Bates class of 2019, and it's important to me to make a gift on grade day because Bates gave me so many amazing opportunities, and it's my chance to pay it forward. Today's Bates students continue to amaze me with their enthusiasm, cleverness, and ability to juggle seemingly a million different things at once, and quite frankly, I don't know where they find the time, but I want to support these wild, wonderful members of our Bobcat community and ensure they have the same experiences that I did, even the ones that are occasionally bizarre, such as puddle jump or the cherished traditions of short term. It's a great day to be a Bobcat. Go Bates.
I think my biggest achievement is graduating as a first-generation college student, and just being able to fly out my parents here, my little brother, is such a huge privilege for me. and I'm just so excited and stoked to see them here.
I think we're really lucky to have the ability to have a class that's small, and like I know probably every single person out here coming in 2020, maybe not the most ideal, but I think although this class has been through a lot, we're really lucky to have each other, and I think it's only made us stronger on the other side.
My thesis and completing my thesis was probably the biggest moment for me, just because I was able to develop my studies to the point where I could really talk about it deeply and passionately, and I also got to meet a lot of people in the community and really connect with my advisor one-on-one.
Freshman year, I was so scared, especially coming in during 2020. I was so nervous. I didn't even want to walk to the bathroom by myself. Like, that's how nervous and scared I was. Being a senior, I feel so much more confident, and that's probably the thing I'm most proud of, and it's probably the biggest change I've made, is I'm more confident. I'm just so excited, so happy, just so eager. And I'm not afraid, probably the most important part too.
I'm most proud of the relationships I was able to make here while I was at Bates College. We went through tougher times in the beginning, and that really brought us closer together. We all are very genuine people. It's all love, and it shows. I think we're one of the closest classes here to walk through Bates halls, and I'm excited. I'm excited to do this with everyone today.
My experience at Bates was amazing. I enjoyed every moment of it, and I wish I could relive the 4 years again.
So I originally came to Bates just wanting to be an economics major, but I took the first year seminar called The Communication Equation with Professor Andy Alford, and it was about how we communicate math and looking at math from a different perspective. And I think for me that was a pivotal point at Bates, because that's ultimately what helped me decide to major in math.
Someone who really supported me this whole time was Ornella, a Commons worker actually, who I met when I started working in Commons my sophomore year, and every single day she checked in on me, made sure I was getting fed, made sure I was, showing up for meals, and just checking up on me all through my 4 years, and I'm really gonna miss her so much.
One of the best faculty relationships I've had with a professor was my academic advisor, Emily Kane, Professor Emily Kane. She is the reason, among some of the other sociology professors, that I am a sociology major. She inspired me during a time where people could not connect because of masks, and she still was able to bring so much light and passion to a subject.
I would say the thing that I'm most proud of here is the community that we have. We just had all the seniors go up on top of Mount David and watch the sunrise, and we're all crying, hugging each other, and I think it's really special, the senior community that we have here.
I see potential everywhere at Bates. I see it in the depth and breadth of intellectual ambition that knows no limits. In Bates, I see an education that aims to treat the entirety of each student with care and attention. One that combines the academic rigor, whether it's in the classrooms, in the labs, on the stage, in the studio, with a deep investment in every aspect of success, well-being, and engagement. I see a Bates education that lays a foundation for a rich and satisfying life, allowing our students to discover their interests, to hone their talents and skills, and grow as leaders and contributors across all walks of endeavor. Our faculty are working at the forefront of their fields, breaking new ground and creating new knowledge that expands and improves understanding and the human experience. We nurture and support this place and the education that occurs here because ultimately it advances a greater good for all. I believe deeply in the power of collaboration and teamwork Because I believe that when people and institutions join forces, opportunities multiply. Because I believe that win-wins are better and more lasting than just wins. And because I believe that we go further and are stronger when we lift one another up.
We're lucky enough to be in such a vibrant neighborhood in the Back Bay of Boston, and it's super exciting to hear about all these early stage companies who have such great innovative technologies who are changing the world, and we're at the forefront of that. We really saw this opportunity to kind of bolster our team's capabilities with a couple young, passionate research people who have come from the economics background to help us with our data analysis and kind of financial modeling. Having Ethan and Josephine to help with all the research and benchmarking. They've really immersed themselves in a short amount of time and taken full advantage of the opportunities. I saw it as a good opportunity to maybe help develop young talent, get different perspectives, and then also, again, selfishly, like, help our team grow. So really, like, giving them the floor to be like, hey, how have you used some of these tools and technologies to really innovate and make our lives easier?
Working with a Bates alum has been really great because having those shared experiences really helps you foster a relationship with your team, and the person you work with the most kind of gives you that instant in and connection with them where you kind of know both the intellectual and academic background you're coming from. I came into Bates being a lot more nervous, obviously, not as assured in my abilities and my capabilities as like a student and just as a person, and in my coursework, extracurriculars, and my time at Savills, I think I've gained a lot of confidence in being able to know my strengths, know my weaknesses, know how to advocate for myself, and kind of just tap into my abilities and know myself a lot better.
So I was definitely looking for something that has like a great intersection between like econ and psych. Eventually I found this like great opportunity from the Bates Proposed Work website. Since like we are working for a strategy team, we do a lot of background research, like our like sort of like main activity include like site selection, ecosystem advisory, and for me as an intern, like I do my best to support the team with all the knowledge they need to proceed with the project. Going back to the first year I get at Bates, I'm definitely more like an observer of the world. Since I live like close to the Fenway Park, the Red Sox, it's the game season, so the Red Sox game probably every weekend. I would say like I'm more like the audience on the side, like looking at like new stuff, try to learn the rules, try to understand what people are actually doing in the center. I'm more like a player now who's actually participating in the game.
I think the opportunity to have this internship is really through Nick and obviously Purposeful Work as well, and I'm really grateful for them because they've been super great partners in helping me not only like progress professionally but also be able to reflect on, you know, where do I want to go in my career, what am I interested in, where do I want to live in the future, and consider all of those things in kind of like an all-encompassing picture of my postgraduate life versus solely my career or solely one thing. So that's been really great, and I wanted to give a quick shout out to Purposeful Work for that.
So we're a history and culture museum, hyper-focused on the community, so specifically the Lewiston Auburn area, but Maine more broadly. We're telling a mill story that's replicable throughout the state, and we rely heavily on working with Bates students. It's important to me not only as a Bates alum and as somebody who did lots of different internships and was working out in the community during my time on campus, but also the work that we do here, because we're such a small staff, relies on having those volunteers and interns to do some of the really important work that we're doing on an everyday basis.
I chose history because, well, I want to study law, so it's kind of on path with that. I mean, history, like, it tells a story, and I really like reading stories, but I mean, getting to read a story that's like real, like this actually happened, I think that's really, really cool. And it's how like you get to know about, you know, people that came before you and what they did, and it helps you also understand like, okay, maybe we shouldn't do this or go this route in the future, and you can learn from history to make a better future. And so that's why I really like history. I think coming to Bates, especially learning about race, slavery, and like topics that I have found interest in, and just learning about how, especially because I'm from Africa, right? So learning about how people from Africa, they came here, and then how they like were the backbone of this country and help make this country what it is today. I think that's when like I really started like, okay, like this is interesting to me.
I've made my life in museums, and so I'm really happy. It feels like a culmination in some ways to be combining my love of museums and being back in Lewiston, where I first learned to love museums.
Hi, I'm Bob Dininger, class of 1990. It's important to me to make a gift during a great day because I believe that generosity is contagious and enthusiasm is a force multiplier. The more we get people engaged, the more momentum we'll create and the more success we'll achieve for Bates. It's a great day to be a Bobcat.
Well, it is a great day to be a Bobcat. My name is Aaron Morris, Associate Athletic Communications Director here at Bates. I host a weekly podcast called the Bates Bobcast, where I interview student athletes and coaches. And we're having a special live version of the Bobcast here today as we approach our goal, a new goal, 2,200 donors. We're joined by women's basketball junior Sophie Spolter, who just came back from the NCAA tournament where the Bobcats advanced to the second round. And before we talk about that, Sophie, you're from Black Lake, Ohio. So tell me a little bit about growing up, what got you into basketball, and then what eventually led you to come to Bates?
Yeah, so I guess I've always loved sports, and like my dad just would always go outside with me and like, I don't know, throw like a baseball, throw a football, like play soccer, play basketball, whatever. And I just ended up loving basketball and then just started like training and like finding coaches and trainers to help me. And then, yeah, I just stuck with it. And then being from Ohio, yeah, it's kind of random, kind of far. But a lot of kids from my school play sports or played sports at NESCACs. And so I kind of knew about it and like knew how like the academics, how good they were, how good athletics were. And so I was kind of like looking around it. And then I came to Bates and like had a tour with my dad and coach and like just loved it and had like a Zoom with some of the players and just like clicked right away. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the team is obviously really close.
Yeah.
Basketball teams not having as big of rosters maybe from other sports. What's the team chemistry like? What's it like playing with these women every day?
It's awesome. Like the season is so long, but it felt so short because like the people I'm with, like I just love them. They're like my sisters. I'm with them all the time on and off the court. And like I think being such a small team does help the chemistry and like being with each other all the time and like definitely shows on the court, I feel like.
Excellent. And then mentioned NCAA tournament once again, 2 years in a row now for Bates. Second round, the Bates got to the second round. I don't know if you folks saw this because of what Sophie was able to do. Your layup with 10 seconds left in the first round to put the Bobcats up by 2 against Southern Virginia and then hung on for the win. We've talked about this before, but you have a quite an interesting style out there on the court. You're going all out at all times, and those layups, they look really difficult, but you somehow mastered them. Is that something you practiced growing up a lot? Is that something you did in high school too?
Like, yeah, I think a lot of times I try and draw fouls. And with that, like you kind of just have to throw it up and, like be in the shooting motion. And I think that just doing that often kind of learn, okay, like if I shoot it this way or I put it up this way, it'll go in. So, yeah, just doing that a lot.
And, where does that rank in time of your moments in your basketball career kind of?
Honestly, like, yeah, it's pretty high. But that and, like, Elsa's buzzer beater last year, like, there's so many highlights, but yeah, that's probably up there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot of highlights already throughout your 3 years, here at Bates. I mean, how have you seen yourself kind of grow on and off the court, through this experience of being a student athlete?
I think honestly, being in season helps me more, like school-wise, because I've practice now. I've practiced at 4:30. I need to get my work done. We have a game, whatever. So definitely just time management, I think, and then. Sorry, what was the question again?
Oh, just like how you see yourself grow, through the student athlete experience.
Okay, yeah. There's just been so many of my teammates like above me that have taught me, how to be on the court, how to like act off the court, and just like I don't know, doing that, and then also trying to teach the underclassmen now, especially like with Arrows being the only senior. Like obviously she's a great leader, but like our class kind of had to step up and like take a little bit of a bigger leadership role, and I think just doing that and stuff and learning from the women above me.
Yeah, A. Rose, senior captain, was, as you mentioned, the only senior this year. She was actually our guest last year on this same live stream, one of our guests. I'm curious, I mean, what are you studying here at Bates? What have you found most interesting in the classroom here?
I'm a biology major, and on the bus recently I figured out I have an Asian studies minor. I've taken so many classes that I just have a minor in that too. So, I don't know. I really like learning about the human body and also I took Chinese in high school, so that's what I just took Chinese here, and I started taking like Asian history classes and have enjoyed it. So got a minor in it.
Excellent. By accident almost.
Yeah, basically.
What's been like your favorite course? If I had to put you on the spot.
Probably like my Bio 202 class. It's about like, it's called Cellular Basis of Life. I took it sophomore year. It's just about kind of like cellular processes, like cellular respiration, photosynthesis, like in depth about the steps of that and stuff. And yeah, I just thought it was really interesting.
Excellent. Well, you mentioned that, we only had one senior this year on the women's basketball team. Now your class, you are the
my
seniors
God, that's so
starting
crazy.
right now. Isn't that,
That's
does
so
it seem like you
crazy.
were first year like yesterday?
Yes. Like it's gone by so fast. And like going back to your question earlier, like it's because of the people that are here and like the people I'm with all the time and like my teammates. It just makes it go by so fast. And like, yeah, it's crazy.
What do you think the seniors, what's going to be the main focus, next year, kind of take this program to the next level? Because obviously you've been to the tournament, a couple years in a row, but there's still more to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, the 3 years I've been here, we've had great seniors, great leadership, and I think we just have to kind of continue to like live their legacy and kind of do what they taught us to do because it's been working.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you play for our head coach, Allison Montgomery. What's she like as a coach?
She's awesome. Yeah, she's just great. She knows what to say. She knows how to motivate us. Like she knows what she's talking about. But yeah, I really like her.
And then we have obviously a lot of alumni support. You touched on this, kind of, have built the program. What's it like to have, hear from those alums, have them come out to the games even and support?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, my favorite is Alumni Weekend this year. It was so fun. Like all of the alum coming back and just like cheering you on. Even alumni that I never played with would like, cheer us on, like, text one of the players we did play with to text us like, oh, like great job, whatever. And I think like that just kind of shows our culture and like how much we like support each other even when we don't know each other.
What do you think like your goals are for your senior year coming up? I mean, what are things you want to achieve, sort of?
Same goal, winning a natty.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, yeah, make it back to the tournament, go as far as we can, and win an SCAC championship too. That's huge.
Are there any basketball players you kind of model your game after? Who do you like look at, watch?
My favorite player's Luka Doncic. He did just get traded.
Yeah, that's right.
Unfortunately. But not really. I don't think I love how Luka plays just because he does a little bit of everything. Like passing, rebounding, scoring, whatever. But yeah, I don't know if there's anyone I really model it after. But
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So create your own style.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, just sort of, one of the things about Bates, as you all know, and everyone watching this stream knows, Alumni Gym hasn't changed a whole lot since it was built in 1928. So, what's it like playing in that venue? Because I just feel like the team always calls it Alumni Magic, but it's such a historic spot too, right?
Playing in Alumni is the best. Like the fans, it's small, but like it feels like there's a lot more people there than there actually is because it's so small.
Right.
And kind of the fans cheering for us, chirping the other team, like it's just electric in there. Like our first 2 tournament games last year, like there were so many people there, broke attendance records. The Bowdoin game, so many people there. Like I remember like being on the bench and like seeing up kind of behind the basket, like when you walk in, the like fire escape or whatever. There was just tons of people standing up there. Like I don't even know if it was allowed, but it was awesome. Like it was so cool.
Yeah, definitely. And then Bowdoin game, everyone seems to. That one really is a standout regular season type thing. Yeah, kind of everything came together in the perfect way.
Yeah.
And then, just we've talked about some of the great moments here. You touched on Elsa's buzzer beater. For those who don't know, last year Bates beat Tufts for the first time in a while, and it was because of a buzzer beater with less than a second remaining on the clock by Elsa Delario, who's an All-American for the Bobcats. I mean, where were you on that play? Were you watching? Were you on the court? Or
yeah, I was. I set the screen.
You set the screen.
Actually, I think Davina set the screen. I ran. This year I was supposed to set the screen if we needed to run that play, but I think I was just a decoy.
You decoy.
I was a decoy, but I was like, oh my God. It was crazy because we had just like walked through that play and like learned it at walkthrough that morning. And like, I don't know, I remember Jackie was so excited, our assistant coach, because she was like, that's my play. Like it was so awesome.
Excellent. And then, the college experience compared to like playing in high school, what's been the biggest, similarity, difference, kind of, experience here playing at Bates compared to growing up?
I think the biggest difference is definitely like the pace and the fact that like everyone we play is good. Everyone can shoot. Everyone can dribble. like playing in high school, you get people that like, you know, can't dribble, can't really shoot very well, and like, but now it's kind of like, all right, everyone's good, and it makes it a lot more fun.
Yeah, and then are there any particular, you know, teams in the NESCAC you really, I mean, we talk about Bowdoin and Colby all the time, but does the women's basketball team have any like particular rivals in the NESCAC outside of Maine?
Honestly, just every NESCAC.
Every
like
NESCAC, yeah.
There's just something about it. Like, yeah, every NESCAC, because everybody's so good, and it's like a huge thing to be a NESCAC team. So, yeah.
And you know, for you, like the Bates experience, what are some things you've taken away off the court, like, you know, outside of basketball, outside maybe even academics, other parts of campus life you've been able to participate in, perhaps?
Yeah. I feel like a lot of my life does revolve around sports and
Fair enough.
and academics, but other things like just before the season started, a few of us went to Acadia and like just went on hikes, and like it was really fun because I mean from Ohio you don't get those views and like the scenery, so it was really cool to see that and just kind of like taking trips around Maine and like seeing all of the different cities like Brunswick, Portland, and just like new adventures, making new memories with like people I'll talk to for the rest of my life. So
yeah, I also think the chance to travel outside the state, you know, for conference and non-conference games sometimes also is a special opportunity. I know, you know, the team was in Pennsylvania. That's halfway to your home state, right? You had a lot of people come out to that game?
Yeah, my parents did make it to that game, which was awesome because it was a lot easier for them to make it to Scranton than here. But yeah, and my grandparents came too, which was nice.
They do make it here though, a fair amount.
They do.
I feel like the women's basketball parents, no matter where the player's from, they're somehow always at the game.
Yeah, they really are. Like Aries' parents have that special like assigned seats in the bleachers, which is awesome. But yeah, a lot of people. We have a lot of like, you know, I think everyone just likes watching us, especially our family. But yeah, we do have a lot of people come out.
And then obviously when you're not in season, when you're in season, you have a long season. It's like November through hopefully late into March.
Yeah.
But I mean, you get a chance to see other sports play also here,
Yeah.
right? What are some fun experiences doing that, right?
Yeah, we actually, the women's lacrosse team just won last night. So shout out to them. But yeah, some of us are like super close with the lacrosse girls. So we went out to their game last night. It was so fun. Just kind of like cheering and like seeing other teams succeed on campus. Like it's great.
Yeah, the behind the back goal was pretty cool.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
Shout out to Lucy Taylor, sophomore here at Bates.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Now, speaking of other sports, did you play any other sports besides basketball?
Yeah, I played soccer and lacrosse.
Oh, you did play lacrosse?
Yeah,
okay.
in high school. So yeah, it kind of helps knowing the rules of lacrosse because I feel like it's kind of confusing for people that might not have played, like especially like shooting space and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I think kind of playing lacrosse and soccer also translates to playing like basketball because lacrosse defense is super similar, and like soccer, like you have to have stamina to play, and so I think those things helped.
Do you ever watch lacrosse games and think I could be out there, or?
I mean, they're pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good,
Probably
yeah.
not.
Yeah, you just gravitated to basketball because you were best at, or any other reasons?
I just think, well, my mom was a swimmer, and my dad, he played basketball. He wasn't the best, but he loves basketball.
He loves
and
basketball, right.
he just, I don't know, he kind of got me into it because like we, like all throughout middle school, high school, we'd always watch basketball and like, you know, together, and it's kind of something we did together, and I think that kind of made me love it more.
How excited are your parents after that play you made?
They were really happy. They were like, "Oh my God, like you made that shot. It was great." But yeah, I mean, it was a great game. Like everyone played great that game, and I think a lot of people stepped up.
The play is going viral on Facebook because that's where all the parents are, and they're sharing it on Facebook. And I think one of your relatives shared it in lots of comments and everything.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone's seen Sophie Spolter's spectacular layup. If you haven't seen it, it's all over the place. You can't miss it. You've got to Google it. Well, I mean, any other thoughts you wanted to mention about your time at Bates so far we haven't got to talk about here?
It's a great place. So I definitely made the right choice coming here, and you know, with our coaching staff, our team, all the people here. Yeah, go Bobcats.
All right, Sophie Spolter, junior guard, soon-to-be senior guard here for the Bates women's basketball team once again in the NCAA tournament. We'll have more guests here coming up shortly. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we got another guest here on Great Day to Be a Bobcat Livestream. We keep it going here with Parker Hu and Bedingfield of the football team, junior, for the Bobcats, a punter, and you grew up what? Austin, Charlotte. You've been all over the place.
Yeah,
Tell us about your background.
Okay, so I was born. Can you hear me? I mean, I was born in White Plains, New York, and then my mom and my dad, we lived in Charlotte, North Carolina, till about I was in 8th grade.
Okay.
And then we moved to Dallas for a little bit, and then I moved to Austin, and then that's where I went to high school.
Gotcha. So Austin, obviously Texas. Everyone knows about football in Texas. What was that like? Friday Night Lights.
It's really hard to describe, honestly, just because, I mean, for the first 2 years I played 11-man football, and so that was really cool. I mean, we were also a co-op too, so we were my school and the other school, we didn't have enough numbers to fit our own individual teams, so we combined and made the Austin Saints, and that's why I really learned what like competitive sports were like. Because I mean, when I was in Charlotte, I mean, middle school, I was playing a lot of club, but it wasn't really like that serious in a way. So that's where I really learned like the amount of effort and the time, and I love that. I love that about, I guess, the culture of Texas football. And so then when COVID happened and we didn't have a season, just because of co-op and some of the restrictions that we weren't ready to field a team. And then when I was a senior in high school, we had 6-man football. So that was a complete,
6-man football,
which was a completely different when you think about like small town Texas, like we would play small town teams. Being in like Austin, it's the big city, but then like we went to I'm trying to remember like Shriner and like Sherman and just like places like when you think of like quintessential, like I mean, I don't like sound like a nerd here, but like when you think of Young Sheldon, like Medford, Texas, it was Medford, Texas, but even smaller than that. But it was super cool. Still, like I think when my first week 1, we played against Chester High School, and I think that town has 800 people. And when I tell you that it was 800 people, that was 800. It was probably one of the most packed stadiums I ever played in.
The whole town.
Whole town. I mean, but I mean, when I think about it, like now, like it's very similar actually to like a game at Bates. Like everyone's there. It's really rowdy. It's everyone's really enthusiastic. So that was, I mean, what's nice about it. So like I guess when I'm at Bates now, like I still get a little bit of the Friday Night Lights, Texas football action. So
excellent. Well, I'm just curious because going to high school in Austin, Texas, how does Bates up in Maine get on your radar?
So my mom's from Providence, Rhode Island. She grew up there. And so she kind of knew about the area. She was the first one in her actual family to go to college. So she kind of told me a lot about, and my godmother is also from Portland. So I kind of knew about the New England scene. I mean, most of the time it was supposed to be about like the Ivy League and stuff. But, and a lot of my school, they went to NASCAX too, but they were mostly going to like, Tufts and Trinity. And then I was going through the recruiting process. I'm like, okay, well, I need to know for sure the school I need to go to, I need to have the greatest education outside of football. Like I need to have something outside of football. And then, Coach Horn got hired, and then a coach that I knew through the recruiting process sent in my film and took a visit, and it was pretty much done right then and there.
Awesome. And you mentioned outside of football, you have a lot of interests outside of football,
so.
Whether it be graphic design, video production.
Yeah.
Where do these interests come from? Where did they develop growing up, or are they more recent?
It's a good question. So when I was a kid, I think I got like an iPod Touch or an iPad when I was a kid. So I'm definitely like an iPad kid. But I was looking, back when the YouTube app was like still like integrated in the iPhone, like with the old like box TV icon. I would watch like YouTube videos. I thought that was super cool. Like people like make videos and like kind of make a living off that. I thought it was really cool. So I made like Lego videos when I was like a kid, and I don't know, they're probably lost in the ether somewhere. But I then, when I was in high school, they had a film class, and I said, okay, sure, I'll do it. And so I started my first documentary when I was a freshman. It was, since I lived on campus at the time at my high school, I had a nice package to go there. So I went there, stayed on campus, and I made a documentary about, it's called Home Away from Home, and it was pretty much just, because a lot of international students were there too, and a lot of other kids that were out of the state or wherever, they went and they kind of looked at, I kind of just said, why, like, is this home for you? How is it home? And you got some really interesting answers. So that was cool. And then when I was a sophomore, I made a documentary about my the co-op team I was part of. Just about like how to get, because they were historically rival schools. They played each other in every sport. It's pretty much like Bates
They're
playing.
rivals until they combine.
Yeah, until
Yeah.
they combine. So it's like, how do you get these kids that have historically kind of like hated
Right.
each other
Yeah.
to like work together? And that was really like that was a really interesting process. And I did that all while I was playing on the team. So I had a buddy of mine, Noah, and he filmed everything.
Yeah.
And then I took the editing and did that. So. And then I guess long story short, I kind of got into more like graphic design when I was a senior, because we were trying to find more ways for kids to get find ways to get kids to come play football. We're like, okay, well, I'm going through the recruiting process. I get all these graphics from all these coaches and all these schools. I'm like, oh, it's pretty cool. So I'm on, I try. And then I started taking some photos and some videos of my friends. Like, I think one of the coolest videos I got was one of my friends, Solomon. He's at RPI now, just doing computer engineering, and he had a dunk in this game. He took the still and he just housed it, dunked it. I was like, okay. It was one of my like coolest shots I got, and that's when I realized, okay, maybe I can do this. And then fast forward, now I'm here. I was making some graphic design for some of the kids that committed in the class of 27.
Yeah.
And so I was like, reached out, I'm like, hey, like come to Bates, like this is all great, you know, just trying to do whatever I can do to help the team. Made their graphics, Coach Coyne saw, I was like, oh wow, this is really good. And I was like, hey, I'm happy, let me, like, if I can help make this for the team, like, can I do that? It's like, yeah, sure. And then I came, you know, you guys saw my stuff, and then
Yeah.
I'm going from there.
Parker makes a lot of very, very cool graphics you might see on the Go Bates Bobcats Instagram to celebrate some of the great achievements of, you know, Bates student athletes and everything. And I'm sure that's given you kind of a pretty well-rounded view of the athletics here at Bates beyond just football, right? That must be pretty cool.
It was so cool. I mean,
Yeah.
because like, you know, football, like there's so much time commitment, so we're around each other a lot.
Yeah.
So it was really nice to kind of like reach out and find some other teams, especially when I got into the more video stuff that I got into like this year, like going into more of the games, and like, you know, I hope like the stuff that I'm making, like the videos and some of the graphics, like help really like commemorate like the hard work that, you know, my fellow student athletes are doing. Because like this is, being a student athlete is not easy. It's hard. It's not for the faint of heart. So I really hope like what I'm doing is like, it gives them a nice like little keepsake to have.
Excellent. And then, you know, I've seen also, you know, being a punter can be a lonely existence, right? You're a lot of working out by yourself or with a personal, you know, trainer, for lack of a better word, personal coach. I've seen you working out, like in Underhill a little bit?
I've been
Yeah.
Underhill, I've been out on Garce, even when
Yeah.
it was like snowing and stuff. I mean, it's not, I want to say it's lonely, it's just like,
Yeah.
it's a little bit, I would say it's a little bit easier for me to like, because I know like all the O-line are getting work every Sunday morning, you know, the DBs are getting workouts, like pretty much from what I see, like after lifts and stuff. So like everyone's getting kind of their own work in. So it's, I guess the only thing that makes it easier for me is that I can kind of just, I can go when I can. So like I have a pretty packed schedule. So I'm like, okay, I have a class from 9:30 till about 10:50. Okay, I can be on the field from 11 to 12 or something like that. So I guess that's that. And I mean, a lot of the help too is like working with the snapper who's Dom, and you know he's my roommate, and you know a lot of the success I get is also from you know Dom and my personal protectors, you know, Zach Luvat and Shane Broughton, Camden, Zambrovich. So like they just make a job. They help me out. They protect me from like getting smacked by, you know, 6 foot, you know, 230-pound guys.
Yeah.
So I can just like, the only thing I have to work on is like how far I can kick the ball or how well I can kick the ball.
So your roommate is the long snapper.
Yeah.
Was that happenstance or was that on purpose?
No, it was kind of just happenstance. It's me, Dom, who's a long snapper, Dylan Roberts, who is our offensive tackle,
Yeah.
and then one of the safeties, Colin Pierce. He's abroad right now, but he was also on the punting protection unit. So like, I mean, it kind of nice that we all kind of work together. So we all kind of get each other, and you know, so.
Excellent. Well, this past football season, the Bobcats had a couple thrilling victories. One over the eventual NESCAC champion Wesleyan, and then one over Middlebury.
Yeah.
And these are teams that Bates had not beaten in quite some time. So, what does it mean to be a part of those, you know, really historic wins?
It was great. I mean, I think about it. You say it's been a long time. It's, I guess, kind of incomprehensible for me to kind of think about that. But like, I mean, you can kind of like that. It shows like how the culture at Bates and the culture at Bates football has completely changed, and like kids are buying in. This is what, you know, kids are like, they love, like this is kind of like they're almost like a purpose in their life. Like it helps them get up to go, and like kids are eager, kids are dedicated. Like the culture has changed. I mean, just harping on little things. Like, I mean, there's not much else I can say. Like we should expect to win. Like those, you know, those are not like, those are like our floor. I mean, they were like, I guess they're throwing when you think of the grand scheme of things, but we gotta like the work that we put in. Like there should be no question for us.
Bars being raised, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm curious about in the classroom, what's been like maybe one of your favorite classes you've taken here?
Oh, one of my favorite classes.
Put you on the spot.
That's, wow. I've had a lot of great professors. I mean, I can give a lot of different shout outs. Like my like I took an econ stats my freshman fall with Professor Sandra Goff, and that kind of helped me like kind of realize I want to go major in economics. And then shout out to Professor John Cavallero. He kind of helped me kind of realize that I can still, focus on, I guess business and entrepreneurship while also staying in the creative side. All of his classes are like, the professor are like top notch. Every class I've had, I've thoroughly liked.
Great. Well, you mentioned, kind of balancing like the creative side versus maybe sort of more of a business focus.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? You're only a junior, so no pressure. What are you thinking like career-wise?
Career-wise, I don't know. I would like to at least like stay a part of either, sports, and especially football, or some type of video or production. So like, I've considered like content development. So like, if you had, let's say you had a movie idea, you come to me and say, okay, I have this idea. And I was like, okay, well, let's green light it. This is the budget. This is how much should be going into it. This is where it should be going. And kind of do all the logistics side, like pretty much project management. Or, I would love to get in production. I got a chance to, with Purposeful Work, I got to go like shadow Fox Sports, and that was so cool.
Nice.
That was so cool. That was probably like, so I could either work in production, television, broadcasting, or even like, the track, like, even own my own, like hopefully own my own business. So like, it's kind of like I have a lot of different avenues I think I could take. Even with, like college sports communicating, that's pretty cool. What you do is like awesome. So thanks to you and Chris, Tia. What I do like for like the videos and all those like graphics, I can't do it without like you guys and Theo and Phyllis. So that's what I gotta say.
Well, you mentioned, thank you, I appreciate that. Well, you mentioned the Fox Sports elaborate more on that experience. When was that?
So I've gone twice. So first time I went was in April 24. And I was actually about a month out of surgery, so I was in crutches in a boot, which was that was so cool. They were really accommodating. I just got to sit on the kind of the back end because I shadowed the TV show called Speak. It was with at the time, because they changed now the hosts and stuff, but back then it was Shady McCoy, James Jones, Joy Taylor, and then sometimes Hoosh was there, but he wasn't there that day. I was there. So, and then Manuel Acho. So I just kind of saw it in the production room, the writers' room, and that was really cool to be around. I worked with another intern, and so we kind of looked over. That's when it was still called the XFL, so they had XFL cutaway. And
There's been like 3 XFLs.
Yeah, 3 XFL. So it's the most recent XFL with The Rock.
Yeah.
And so he would, we kind of worked a little bit on the cutaway, so like kind of some coverage, some of the highlights. And then I went again in December, and I watched the Breakfast Ball, and then I sat in the production meeting for First Things First. And this was all thanks to a great Bates alum, Mr. Whit Albaum. He kind of helped me kind of navigate and see that side of the industry. This something I was like, I saw it on Handshake or the career like Starbucks, like the job shadow. I was like, okay, that seems interesting. And I applied, and then he opened the doors for me, just kind of showed me around, let me be the fly on the wall, and that was probably one of the coolest experiences of my life.
Yeah, I feel like, especially when you're part of the football team, there's a lot of alumni network you can really plug into. What's that experience been like?
It's been good. Mr. Whitall, he's a soccer alum. So it's like, kind of the same general, like, athletes, but like, what's great about the football program is like, it's a family. Like you're first, when you step in, your brother for life. So I've networked with a bunch of people, and especially recent alums, and just kind of figured out like, that was more of the networking's been like people that just recently graduated, like trying to figure out how do you navigate the workforce, how do you navigate the hiring, the job application process, like kind of all that stuff. So everyone in the football alumni have been great, and I know that we're going to keep continuing that trend probably for a long time.
Great, and excited for spring practice. I assume it's coming up soon.
Oh yeah, short term. We're ready. We're chomping at the bit to get back to work, because this is, it's weird. Like when you think about you get 36 games on paper, you get 36 games, and you put a lot of work in to do that, and so we're really excited just to get back to work and be around the guys and do some more football than just doing the weightlifting. But everything we're doing has been great.
All right, Parker Hu in Beddingfield, punter for the Bates football team, graphic designer extraordinaire. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Yeah. All right, that was Parker. We'll have one more guest here coming up shortly. final guest here on the special live version of the Bates Bobcast here on Great Day to be a Bobcat is Amanda Zerbib, senior captain for the Bates field hockey team, who made a run to the Elite Eight this year in the NCAA tournament. And Amanda, you were one of the captains, as I mentioned. What was the experience like leading this team this year to such new heights for the program? I mean, the program had never been to the Elite Eight before.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, definitely the most influential experience of my life. I think I was so lucky to be a captain and a leader on this team. And I think more than anything, I was just so grateful to have the experience of learning what such a powerful team looks like, of such strong, amazing women. And I think making it as far as we did was just, just proof of how much that team culture and hard work goes.
Yeah, over the course of 4 years, I mean, the program has been getting better each and every season. That must be really gratifying to see, right?
Yeah, it was such a huge change in so many different ways. I think our team grew skill-wise, culture-wise, drive-wise. I think it was amazing to be an athlete 4 years here.
And one of the most exciting victories this year for the Bobcats was over a team that would eventually win the national championship, but this was in the NESCAC semifinals. Bates beat Middlebury, a program that has had a lot of success. So they had won a lot of national titles, and that was such an amazing, and you fended off so many penalty corners on defense. Take us through that game and that experience. Is that maybe your most memorable moment as a Bobcat?
Yeah. I think so. It's up there with a couple other ones, I think. But I think about it all the time. The team thinks about it all the time. We text randomly throughout the day, and we're like, "Remember that time?" So it's definitely something that we constantly remind ourselves of as just a huge accomplishment. It was a long game, and yeah, we had, I think, what was it, 18 penalty
18,
corners.
right,
So it was really tough, especially for defense there. But I think we had some really great grit and showed just how strong our defensive unit was, and we were able to take it away. So.
Great. Well, let's toss it back to when you were growing up. How did you get into field hockey? What made this the sport for you, and then what led you to Bates?
Yeah, I grew up in a very tennis-heavy family. Everyone around me, my parents were college athletes, and so I think I was really influenced by how much they loved their experience in college athletics, but I think I steered away from tennis. I think I really valued the team aspect of sports. And I remember playing field hockey in 7th grade. Field hockey typically starts pretty late, which I think is kind of fun. So I started a bit late, and I think I just fell in love with the sport, and then kept pushing, and then realized, this could be such a great college experience.
And what made it Bates the place you thought?
Yeah, I think when I was talking to the girls on the team, I think I could see myself being friends with so many of them. I think I also came to campus. It was during COVID, which made the whole process so hard. So I came to an empty campus. It was absolutely beautiful, but it was really hard without people, obviously. So I think I relied on phone calls, friends of friends of friends, and talking to people. And everyone just had such an enthusiastic and friendly and just obsession with Bates, really. People were just so passionate about Bates, and I was like, I want to feel this way about my school. And I think also the coaching staff, I mean, you can't beat the Danny, Kelly, Ian, came in with Morgan, but all of them are just so incredible, and they made me really excited about Bates.
Well, tell us about, head coach Danny Kogut. What have you kind of learned from her through the years? Because she's been here for quite some time, I think since 2013, and she's really built this program up.
I've learned so much from her. She's a role model. She is someone that I think that I will be in touch with forever. Yeah. I really believe that. And I think she does such an incredible job on every front of, I think she has such a complicated job that so many people don't see the behind the scenes of, but she is such a powerful woman in the way that she leads a team with so much pride, and she pulls everyone up. She's so aware of people's emotions, of people's what people are going through, and I think that makes her such a strong coach.
Great. And then academically, what are you studying here?
I'm a psychology major, and I have 2 minors, education and Hispanic studies.
And what about those interest you the most, I guess?
Education.
Yeah.
I've loved my time going into the Lewiston classrooms here at Bates. The community engaged aspect of all the courses, I think, has really just really inspired me and made me passionate about education.
Well, could you elaborate a little bit more on the experience of going into the classroom, elementary school classrooms, or?
Yeah, a little bit of both.
Okay,
I was in an elementary school classroom my freshman year, and then I moved on to a high school, Lewiston High School multilingual learning classroom for 3 years. So Bates has a very unique program called the Harwood Center, where they connect students with volunteering opportunities in the community and engagement in the community. And so with every education course, you're required to take 30 hours of field work in the community. So I spent a ton of time in classrooms, and I think being in classrooms and then also learning about education with a bunch of amazing professors in the department like blew my mind, and I knew that I wanted to go into education.
So you're looking to be like, high school teacher, or?
Yeah, so I'm going to be an elementary school
Elementary
teacher
school. Oh.
next year.
So it's all lined up.
It's lined up.
Awesome, yeah.
Yeah, in New York, so I'm very excited.
New York City, or?
New York City, yes.
Okay, and what grade?
I'm not sure the grade yet. I'm crossing my fingers for 3rd grade.
Okay.
That's my ideal grade. But yeah, just excited to be in a classroom.
How'd you get the opportunity to, connect with that particular school, I guess?
Yeah, so I'm part of a program called Teach for America.
Oh, yeah.
And so Teach for America, I got accepted to Teach for America in October, and then just actually finalized last week my placement with schools. So they have a pretty rigorous hiring process where you get placed with a specific school in the city you want to be in. And yeah, this school just seemed really appealing, and I think it was a match on both ends. So
Yeah, your home state, right?
my home state,
Yeah,
yes.
excellent.
Yeah.
What do you really embrace? Being in New York City, is that someplace you really want to be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's great. I also think it's nice to return back to closer to home, at least for a bit. So yeah.
How close is that to where you grew up?
About 40 minutes.
40 minutes, okay.
A train ride,
A
yeah.
train ride,
So
okay.
my family often goes to the city, and so yeah, I'll be seeing them a lot.
Great, excellent. I mean, just in terms of kind of legacy you're leaving here, for the field hockey program, I guess maybe in particular, as a soon-to-be alum, how excited are you to keep track of everything going on?
I'm so excited. I'm already thinking about, how weird it will feel in preseason when everyone's moving in and going through the trainings and things. And even now it's weird when they all have lift schedules and meetings, and not being part of that is definitely very emotional. But I think this team is going to succeed so much, not only in the next year, but in the next 4 years, 5 years, et cetera. I think they have incredible grit. All the women are amazing, and the coaching staff is just amazing leadership. You can't get better than it.
And then I was talking a little bit with Sophie Spolter earlier, one of our previous guests, about how she really enjoys going to lacrosse games and other sporting events as well. Have you gotten that chance here to become a fan of some other sports?
Yeah, I think I've loved that. I love the way Bates students show up for each other, and I've always wanted to contribute to that. And so, yeah, I've been to a couple lacrosse games. I just passed by the baseball game right outside. I went to a couple women's basketball games. Yeah, I love to support the Bobcats, so I'll definitely be at a lot of games upcoming this spring.
Awesome. And then just in terms of the Bates experience, have you seen yourself maybe grow as a person through the experience of being a Bobcat for these past 4 years, whether it be on the field or off, just in the classroom and everything?
Yeah, I think Bates has developed me, not only my field hockey experience, but my courses, my professors, my friendships here have all, I think, grown me to be a much more confident, independent, strong woman. So I feel so privileged to have had this education, because I think I'm just so much more confident than when I came in as a freshman. So
Did you ever think you'd be a captain?
No.
Yeah.
No, so that was a pleasant surprise. And yeah.
What was that
It was
experience
awesome.
like, being a leader, did you feel ready for it when, you were told you were going to be one of the captains?
Yeah, I think I felt
Yeah,
ready for it.
yeah.
I think I felt like I had really strong relationships with everyone on the team, including the coaches, which made me feel like, relationships and trust are everything. So once I had those relationships, it was easy for me to step into that leadership position. But of course, there were challenges and there were hard times. And so I think leaning on those relationships really helped me get through, being a captain in that pressure.
I want to go back to your work in Duluth and, high school and elementary, you said before that. How is that going to prepare you think, for, maybe a 3rd grade classroom, like having your own classroom? What are some adjustments you're going to be making, kind of, because it's going to be a little different, I imagine.
Yeah.
A little more work.
Yes, a lot of work. I'm
Yeah.
definitely thinking about leaning a lot on what I've seen teachers do in the classrooms that has worked, and then things that haven't worked. Also just learning so much from my professors at Bates, even just watching the way they teach a class, even though it is very different when you're 20-something years old. But I know that there are a lot of, common things that work in classrooms and common things that don't work so well. So I think I'll receive a lot of training this summer, which will be helpful because I haven't led a classroom before, but I think I'll, really look to those teachers as support systems and role models for how to lead a classroom.
The field hockey, I feel like a number of sports at Bates have a strong alumni base. I feel like field hockey does as well.
Yeah.
What's been like, interacting with those alums through the years, maybe even more so, not recent graduates, but even before you were here?
Yeah, I think the alumni network is amazing. Anytime I've reached out to I actually had a job shadow with an alumni I think last year, and it was awesome. And I think right away when someone realizes you're field hockey, they greet you with open arms. So I think, yeah, I've loved connecting with alumni. It's so fun to hear about their experience when they played field hockey, different coaches, different experiences, et cetera. And they always are watching Bates field hockey. You know, they'll email me and say, you know, we just saw you guys won, or things like that. So it's very sweet.
Well, the sport has changed a lot through
Yeah.
the years, I feel like. I mean, because field hockey has been around at Bates for over 50 years now, but it's very different from what it used to be, right?
Yeah, there's a long history of field hockey. It's crazy.
And I mean, I think, were you here when we celebrated the 50th anniversary of field hockey at Bates?
Yes.
Yeah. So what was that?
I think.
Yeah, some alums came back for that from like the early days. Do you?
Oh, was that alumni? Was that
Yeah,
when we had an alumni game
yeah,
on the
yeah,
field?
yeah.
That was really fun. I loved watching them play and hearing about all of their careers and different things that they're up to and how they traveled near and far to come. Kelly McManus was also there, who's now our coach, which was awesome to see that full circle moment. So.
Yeah, Kelly was a Bates alum who was assistant coach at Bowdoin for a while, and whenever they would come to Bates, we would always announce her as Bates alum Kelly McManus, assistant coach, and now she's assistant coach here. She was on the live stream earlier, actually.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I actually saw her on here. I went on for a second. I was like, that's Kelly.
What's it like having someone who played here, a few years back, being an assistant coach, this past couple of years here?
It's awesome. I think she knows the in and outs of Bates so well. And I also think she just meshes with our team so well. There was no really transition period. She just jumped right in and contributed so much to the team. I think she was a really big part of our success.
Great. And then I guess just any other thoughts you wanted to mention about your time as a Bobcat we haven't got to talk about yet? Anything else you wanted to say, about your Bates experience?
No, just that I'm very thankful and very bittersweet that this is, really coming to an end.
Yeah. What's going through your mind about how you're going to be graduating very soon?
It's scary. I think it's going by very fast. I can't believe it's almost April. So I think when I look at the calendar, I realize just how fast it's going. So I'm just trying to soak up all the last moments here on campus.
Do your fellow seniors, is that something you talk about a lot, or just try not to think about?
It comes up every once in a while.
Yeah.
Tonight we have the senior toast, so that might be an emotional night for us. But yeah, it's definitely talked about in terms of, soaking up everything and taking advantage of every opportunity Bates has to offer.
Great. Well, Amanda, I want to thank you so much for joining us here on the Great Day to Be a Bobcat live stream. And field hockey team Elite 8 this year for the Bobcats after a Sweet 16 appearance the year before. I mean, that year before, actually, I want to mention, that was one of the most memorable moments against Bowdoin in the NESCAC quarterfinals.
That was my other one.
Yeah, I'm wearing my Lewis and Strong
Yes.
shirt. That was right
Yes.
after, of course, the tragedy in Lewiston. That was such an emotional game. I mean, you mentioned a number of moments. That's got to be one, right?
100%.
Yeah.
Yes, I think about it all the time.
And wearing the blue socks to support Lewis, especially someone who's in the schools,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean,
definitely.
can you elaborate maybe a little bit more on what that moment was like, that game? What do you remember?
Yeah, I think about it a lot, actually, and there are no words to describe how grateful I felt that we were able to contribute to the community in such a unifying way. I think seeing how many people showed up, not just Bates students, but people in the community who were just looking for a source of unity, a source of hope. I think I was just so happy that we could bring that to the community in such a dark and really hard time. And I think, I just think it was a really beautiful moment.
And the fans charged the field after Bates won. I've never seen fans charge a field hockey field before. Have you?
No, it was crazy. You could feel the love so strongly. It was amazing. Yeah.
All right. Well, Amanda, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it.
Yes.
Congrats on a great Bates
Thanks.
career.
Thank you.
All right, Amanda Zerbib, senior captain of the Bates field hockey team, joining us here on the Great Day to Be a Bobcat live stream. I want to thank everyone for tuning in and your support all day. I know we've blown past our original goal of donors, and we're moving on up here. I know it goes until midnight, where you can support here on Great Day. And this is the end of my segment, so I want to thank everyone for tuning in, and keep supporting the Bobcats. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Ungen Field on the campus of Tufts University for our second Sweet 16 game of the day in the 2024 NCAA Division III Field Hockey Championship, as the Babson College Beavers will take on number 11 Bates College. Babson coming in this game ranked at number 7. They do go that way. Here's Lindice, shot, scores! Anna Lindice gets the Bobcats on the board 7 minutes in. That assist would go to Zerbib up her effort to stop that ball and put it down for Lindice. They'll just directly to Cody. Cody for Lindice. Cody shot, Goal! Anna Cody gives the Bobcats the lead. She won't be able to get a shot off. The shot will come. Ball bounces around. Call goes Bates' way. And they send it in. Pass Gooden. Shot. Saved by Donahue. Bates is going to do it. And that is it. Bates wins it 2-1. They advance to the Elite Eight, where they will face Tufts tomorrow at 1 p.m. with a trip to the Final Four on the line.
We're just super proud that they did it for themselves and for their teammates, yeah.
You talked about the rally there. Like, what do you think kind of changed there? What started working for you there?
Yeah, we're really focused on just making sure that we always are going in twos and going with a buddy, whether that's defensively or attacking. And once we got that pairing down, we were really successful the second half.
Yeah, Coach, staying with you, you've played them before. You had some experience against this team a little bit earlier in the year. They win 3-0 at home, but then you guys kind of come back. What kind of changed from that earlier season game to today?
So much. I mean, we've changed our formation. We've changed where people are playing. We graduated 8 last year, so a lot of the early part of the season was trying to figure out who was going to fit new shoes, and then also like creating different shoes too, because we couldn't play the same system we have for a number of years. So just adjusting and figuring out who we were.
Amanda, for you, you guys go down, you come back, you rally back, and it's kind of a situation that you dealt with in the NESCAC tournament against Mid, right? You guys go down, battle back. Just talk about this team's fight and the ability for them to kind of battle back and just stay with it.
I think this team has so much fight, and I think that's what got us the win today. I think we have a lot of team chemistry, and I think when we all came together at halftime, we realized where we were lacking and what we needed to improve on. And I think we all came together and realized, you know, this is do or die. And I think we're really good at that. We do very well under pressure, and I think we all knew it was time to perform and change it.
Anna, for you, you guys went into the NESCAC tournament as the number 5 seed, I believe, and then just stuck with it and have kind of been just playing your best field hockey right now. Was there a point in the time of the season where you guys felt like this was probably like to start, kind of building to this point?
I definitely think after we switched our formation, that's when things started to really click for us. And then we realized how amazing and talented of a group we have. And then we took that, and I think we just ran with it.
You guys are captains, you two, correct, right? Senior captains. So, like, with a younger group, how has it been like to just kind of help bring them up and mentor them and be leaders for them?
It's been awesome. We have 9 incredible first years who are making such a big impact on this team. Like Coach said, we graduated 8 last year, and I think being leaders on this team has been such a privilege. I think we have such great team chemistry and dynamics, and I think we all just work really well together, and it's just been such a pleasure to lead everyone because they're just such amazing women.
Coach, for you, move into tomorrow's quarterfinals in the NCAA tournament. You get a familiar foe in Tufts. You've been here before. You know just talk about what you expect out of tomorrow's game.
Oh, it's going to be an amazing game for both teams. I mean, there's nothing like the NESCAC, and it's such a privilege to get a coach in this conference. And we have so much respect for all of our opponents in this conference. We don't fear any of them. We embrace the challenge, and yeah, we're excited.
Coach, any final thoughts on today's victory and going forward into tomorrow?
No, just so proud of our team and looking forward to enjoying another night with them and getting to extend our season one more day, right?
That's right. 2-1 victory for Bates today over Babson. Coach, Amanda, and Anna, thanks so much for your time, and good luck tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Samantha Simmons, class of 2024. It's important for me to make a gift on Great Day because Bates gave me so much. Amazing friends, unforgettable experiences, and opportunities that helped me grow in so many ways. Giving back is my way of making sure future students get to have those same experiences. Whether it's supporting athletics, campus programs, or just keeping the Bobcat community strong, every gift makes a difference. And I love knowing that I can pay it forward, even in a small way. It's a great day to be a Bobcat.
Hi everybody, my name is Brenna Callahan, and I use she, her pronouns, and I am here today as the Director of Bates Health Services and Student Wellbeing here on campus, and a proud alum of the class of 2015. I am here today with 3 students who have all been involved in the development and the growth of the Wellbeing at Bates program here over the last couple of years on campus. So over the next 20-25 minutes or so, we're going to give you an inside look into the Wellbeing at Bates program, how we developed it, what we do every day, and where we're going. But before we do that, we're going to do some introductions. So Lenny, can you get us started?
Of course. Hello, everyone. My name is Lenny. I'm a senior, class of 2025. I major in anthropology with a concentration in law and society. Outside of well-being, I also intern with the Bates Art Museum. I'm a senior fellow with admissions, and I work at the campus store.
Hi everyone, my name is Lily Miller. I use she, her pronouns. I'm from Claremont, California, and I'm a double major in politics and philosophy here at Bates. Outside of academics, I am also the captain of the cross-country and track and field teams here, and work both within the Wellbeing at Bates programming and also as a Bonner leader within the Bates Harvard Center for Community Partnerships.
Hi, my name is Sergio Beltran. I'm a junior, class of 2026, and I'm the captain of the Bates football team. I'm from East Palo Alto, California, and a neuroscience major here at Bates College.
Okay, so to kick it all off, I'm going to ask you each first. Can you talk about what well-being means to you and what you do on campus to take care of yourself and your well-being?
Yeah, so well-being to me means taking care of my physical, mental, and social well-being. It's very important for me to share these resources we have at Bates with my classmates, teammates, and friends. And make sure everyone's well taken care of. To take care of my mental well-being, I like to play pickup basketball with my friends or listen to some new music, make some new playlists, but also just go to Commons and grab a bowl of cereal and just talk to my friends and kind of debrief about the day and how we've been.
Yeah, I mean, I think upon first hearing this question, I would have to come back to my experience sort of on the cross-country team here. And I think when I think of well-being, I remember one distinct moment, and I'm sure any alums that are also have been on sports teams here or have kids that are going to be on sports teams, I was stepping up to the race line, and there were 400 other girls next to me, and it was like the most nerve-wracking thing. And I'd run this race 3 times prior in my years here, and all of a sudden the course looked so completely unfamiliar, and I got totally frozen in panic. And in that moment, one of my teammates sort of shook me from behind and just really brought me back. And she was like, we got to do the team cheer. We got to get ready to race. You can totally do this. And it brought me back to just our mission of running together as Bobcats and running for one another. And so I think when recalling that story, I just think of well-being as, truly feeling what I'm feeling when I'm feeling it and acknowledging that for myself, whether that's highs or lows or just sort of everything in between, and understanding that I bring the energy that I bring to every social situation, every race line I stepped up to, every conversation that I have in Commons with friends. And so, as my teammates sort of shook me back and reminded me of why I was there and why I was with everyone on that race start, it really sounds kind of cliche to bring up community here, but it really is the community that reflects my well-being and what is important about addressing my well-being, whether that's finding time to grab a coffee with friends in Commons or taking a short study break to throw a few snowballs outside, or even going into the Lewiston community and working with elementary schoolers. It's really all about the community for me and addressing my well-being.
So well-being to me means I tend to be a workaholic. I tend to really pack in my schedule. And so for me, that means striking a balance. And it's rooted in my self-care. And recently, it's more so been trying to take advantage as a senior of all the events held on campus, making time to hang out with my friends, or even, have some solo me time. Yeah.
Thanks, all of you, for those answers. I appreciate that you guys talked about so many different parts of your well-being in that and so many different things that you do on campus to take care of yourselves, which is a really lovely transition into our next question. So with that introduction, we're going to talk more now about the Wellbeing at Bates program and how it's built and where we got here, or how we got here. So I'll give you a quick overview just to introduce anybody watching. So back in the fall of 2022, we noticed that the conversation about well-being and student mental health really was shifting on campus, and that was a big response to a couple years of COVID really affecting the day-to-day lives of everybody on campus. And we were noticing that people students, faculty, and staff were all talking really openly about their well-being and different types of support that they needed than maybe a couple years earlier. So in the fall of 2022, the health-related offices on campus got together. So health services, counseling and psychological services, which we call CAPS, and sports medicine, and the Office of Health Education got together to say, okay, how do we want to respond? And like, how do we want to do some things differently here? So that academic year, we talked to 250 students, and we tried to really understand 3 different things. One of them was how students thought about their well-being, all the different things that they kind of took into account in their well-being, how they accessed resources on campus, and what was missing, and what support they needed that we didn't have yet. So we took all those conversations, we analyzed all of it, and it built the program that we have today. And that program includes a couple of different things. It's built on different dimensions of well-being that we'll talk about in a little bit. It's grounded in those, and it includes a couple really, really key programs that we'll also talk about. And it's really an overall philosophy about how we think about well-being on campus and how we encourage students to engage in taking care of their well-being. So, Linny and Lily are 2 of our well-being interns here on campus this academic year. So I'm going to ask you both to talk about your experience and different parts of the program. So, Lily, can you give us an overview of those 9 dimensions and the way we encourage students to think about well-being?
Yes, of course, I would love to. So to kind of give a little bit of a brief overview, the Wellbeing at Bates program is formatted around using a multitude of student programming targeted at bringing awareness and supporting students with 9 dimensions of well-being, specifically academic, environmental, financial, mental, occupational, physical, relational, social, and spiritual. The office sort of...
That was good, Lily. That was really good.
The office sort of aims to aid the Bates community at large with students, teachers, staff, with resources that address all of these different 9 dimensions, but also in allowing sort of them to define what well-being really means to the individual, and also to take agency in that journey of the individual, because it is, such an individual process of well-being, especially with all of the dimensions that this Bates office addresses. And so also, while focusing on what well-being means to everyone, the program uses these 9 dimensions in order to reflect sort of the diversity of the whole of Bates College, because we are made up of such a multitude of individuals, whether that's, again, our students or our teachers or our staff. And it's really about addressing everyone's personal interests and needs, what they need when they need it. And that's really why this program is so unique, is because it takes a very proactive approach, and it allows agency and ownership in everyone's well-being journeys, and it meets everyone where they are, which also contributes to sort of our broadly focused programming to motivate inclusion for the whole of the Bates community.
Cool. That was a great overview, Lily. Linny, can you talk about what it looks like in practice and what programming we do?
Of course. I might be a little biased, but one of our most popular programs is called First Friday Notes, which is held usually the first Friday of every month. And it might be familiar to some of you watching. These are the postcards that they send out from students, usually free of charge, both on and off campus. Some students send them off to their international friends who are like abroad for the semester. And I just think it's a really great experience to have, because you get to have like this little snail mail and let people know that you're thinking of them. We also work in collaboration with the Counseling and Psychological Services, also known as CAPS on campus, and they also come and join us, and they like try and bring students in to write a postcard. And it's honestly on your own terms, whenever you want to send them out, and I just think it's really great. Another initiative that has been introduced has been Duckapalooza, as you can see here with the little duckies. And it was just this little event that the Wellbeing team had introduced for students prior to finals week as a nice little morale booster. And they each contain like a little treat, like a little Jolly Rancher or little Snickers, and a little affirmative note that says, "You're doing great." Some of them did have golden tickets that would have students come and collect a prize. That could be a mug, a blanket, some Bates paraphernalia, all of that good stuff. And it just really was really popular, and hopefully we'll plan it for this semester too.
I'm curious what your experience was hiding the ducks on campus, because I know there were stories with it.
All right, so my first experience, I actually invited one of my friends. Her name is Annie. She's abroad this semester in Copenhagen. She's an econ major. Such a lovely person, one of my favorite people on campus ever. And we were giggling like around 11 p.m. at night with my book pack full of ducks, and just like making the jiggling noise on her like every step. And then just out of nowhere, she was like, can we put one on a tree? And so she climbed up the tree in front of Dana, facing the quad. Sure, so a lot of alumni will know where that is. And just stuck a little duck on there, just posing for, to see the world, I guess. And on my way back to my dorm, I was crossing the quad the next day, and I heard some students say, they're in the trees now, like all freaked out saying, oh no, does that mean there's more that we haven't found? And it's because they're in obscure hiding spots. We did do some less obscure spots, such as the P. Gill Study Lounge, the Pettingill Study Lounge, the classrooms there, and all that good stuff. But I'm not going to reveal all my hiding places, just for future references.
So it was a big duck scavenger hunt all during finals week. It was
Yes.
very fun.
Yep.
Okay, so that's kind of what the program looks like. I'm curious to all of you, how has the Wellbeing program affected your time as a student? Sergio, could you start us off there? As somebody who's not directly involved in the Wellbeing program as an intern, like what has it meant to you?
Yeah, as a student athlete, I think it's really cool that the Wellbeing program is seen as a foundational program for all incoming students and athletes in general. The school, faculty, and the coaches highlight well-being as an essential resource for us to use that can help us transition from high school to college and just help us in our 4 years here at Bates in general. I also love how well-being has student leaders like us up through here kind of set an example and show that it's okay to engage with this program, and you shouldn't be scared and nervous, and that we can help kind of push this narrative that well-being is a great program for us to use to all incoming freshmen and underclassmen. Yeah, whether that's through live streams like this or panel discussions or the gratitude note cards we were talking about earlier. I think that's a really good example for everyone at the school.
Cool. I'm curious, so both Lily and Sergio, you were on our panels that we hosted for first-year student athletes during orientation. Sergio, what was something that you didn't know as a first year that you want incoming students to know?
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that everyone's well-being journey is very unique and personalized to each person. Some people can be focused on their mental and physical well-being and want to improve on that, while others want to focus on their social or academic dimensions of well-being. I think it's just important to realize that everyone's journey is their own, and there's not a set of guidelines or rules that applies to everyone, and that, yeah, it's going to be a journey, but it's going to be your journey to follow.
Cool. Lily and Linny, I'm curious, as interns of the program, what has your experience been like? How has it affected you? And you can, yeah.
Could you repeat
Yeah.
the question again? Sorry.
What has your experience as an intern been like, and how has the Wellbeing program affected your experience as an intern, especially as a transfer student?
Oh, okay. So just to preface this, I did transfer here in the fall of 2023 as a junior, and I'm a senior now. Very short-lived, but very fun experience here at Bates. Part of what I think what made the Wellbeing team so amazing, and this was prior to joining, is that they were literally plastered everywhere. So even as a transfer student, where you're trying to still figure out the ropes, I was well aware that there was a well-being team on campus, and making sure that the multitude of resources that were available were being presented to me. And I think that was really evident with First Friday Notes specifically, and other tabling that CAPS has done, in which they were like, hey students, you can come make an appointment with us. If you're too shy, here's a QR code. If that's still too much for you, you can just look us up and make an appointment with us online. And I thought that was very welcoming, especially for students that have a bit more difficulty acknowledging that they might have some issues or are just shy in general, such as myself. Especially as an introvert, it can be a little difficult, especially with how busy and hectic my schedule is. I'm always talking to people, and I love talking to my friends. I love talking to Brenna and everyone else on campus, but it does get a little tiresome for me at times, and that's not in a negative way or anything. But I think part of it too is that they made so many sources available on campus, such as Hearth, which is held at Multi-Faith, and it's just for students to decompress and talk to each other about their week over some delicious meals provided by them. There's also the book club at SASE, also known as the Student Academic Support Center, which is our tutoring center. And they just offer all these great events where students can come together, and they have this community that they can find if that's what they choose. And if that's not what they want, they can always find other small spaces for introverts such as myself, like Pause, which is held every Wednesday by Multi-Faith. As you can tell, I'm really involved with Multi-Faith. But it's more so like meditation and just decompressing in a different manner. And I just like that Bates has all these different spaces for students and meets them where they're at, like Sergio said earlier.
Cool. Thanks, Liddy. Okay, Lily.
Yes, of course. I think that you sort of in reflection on how the Wellbeing Office has reflected me, I sort of take a turn again to the community and how the Wellbeing Office also affects the community and really resonates with the whole of the Bates community. And I think it's really what is so unique about this office is the way that it interacts with the community because of the focus on the students. And it really is a program that is built for the students by the students and by everyone. And so I think it applies, again, this model to all of its events, all of its programming, honestly, all of its conversations. And I think in showcasing this, the two sort of best words that I would use to describe the office would be in its like extreme adaptability and also its sort of like craving, that I sort of put that in quotations, about how it wants to address what the students need and it is so available for what the students need and you know, kind of basing that back on the proactivity versus reactivity approach that the Wellbeing Office really takes.
Cool. Lily, I'm glad that's been your experience. And I just want to say that you three are a huge part of making that happen. Like, we wouldn't be able to do that without your involvement. Do you have any examples of what that's looked like, of that like adaptability type, dynamic?
Most definitely. I think if I had to think of one example, it would be a program that we released this past March. And it kind of started because I was sitting in Pettingill Hall with some of my friends that are also fellow politics majors, and we were sort of discussing some of our class material that really, we found that there was a common theme of addressing like news sources and looking at scrolling through social medias. And I began to notice there was this similar theme of some discontentment with the idea of some of that negative headlining and looking at different and sort of that doom scrolling idea or just scrolling through social medias. And so picking up on this, I turned to some of my friends and sort of listened as they shared kind of some of their feelings of stress and looking at daily news and media and how it had become so sort of overwhelming, both related to the classes that we were taking, you know, related to our in-class assignments, but also just at large and also just reflecting on their day-to-day. And so in part, I took this to the Wellbeing Office and we developed a table ad that we released later in Commons on all of the tables. I talked about how it was okay to take breaks from social media and to sort of step away and to find other activities that you could turn to that would be, you know, maybe a little bit less stressful and to back away and take the time and space that you need.
Cool. That's a good example. Okay, so shifting a little bit, I think all three of you have talked about how many resources there are on campus. And I'm really curious from your perspective what it's like to access those resources, because I know from my side of things what the data says, right? But that's not always indicative of what your experience is. So from our data, we know that over 75% of students come to health services in any given year. And last year's graduating class, more than 50% of students had an appointment at CAPS at some point in their Bates career. So we know students are really using the resources. But I'm curious to hear from all of you what your experience has been and how Bates creates a climate that really encourages students to access those resources, without judgment. Lenny, could you start us?
Of course. So, as an introvert, I'm very shy and get to be really timid. I felt a little intimidated to access these resources, but part of what made it so easy for me was that every time I did my first Friday notes, the wellness team was always so warm and welcoming, and I was like, oh, it's not that scary. Why am I freaking out? And also in conjunction with the professors on campus and all the staff, they're so incredibly friendly, they're so understanding. Every time when midterms or finals rolls around, from my experience, professors have been like, if you're having a hard time, if you want to discuss anything, we are here for you. It doesn't have to be academically related. And then they're like, if you're not comfortable with us, you can always go talk to someone at CAPS. You can talk to someone at Multi-Faith with the chaplains. You can, if you're having difficulty with your studies, come to our office hours. If that's not sufficient, you can go to Sassy for tutoring, make an appointment there. And they just let you know that these resources available to you. I actually had a professor verbatim say to me before, we are literally here for you. Come to us for anything. And that just made it so much easier because I could tell that it was a very genuine like remark. And I also think this has to do with the fact that the stigma that you were talking about earlier has been like kind of been going away with as we progress into this new age of mental health, where people are more open about discussing these topics and they're more open about having these resources available to students. And I feel like that has really shifted with staff and like professors and students these days.
Cool.
Yeah, I think at that point of sort of addressing the stigma, especially the one that happens on Bates, or especially, addressing that stigma on the Bates campus is so incredibly true. And I think Bates does such an amazing job of that, especially sort of, I think, with the way that we frame well-being at Bates. And I think that that's what's really important is that Bates, I would say, really has like two distinct frames of well-being, which is that that addressing health is always a good thing, and then also resources exist really everywhere on campus, and they're super accessible and easy to find. And so in this way that makes it easy, it's melted really into the curriculum and the social world at Bates, which is just absolutely amazing for every student, faculty, staff on campus. And so I find that even if people are struggling to find help or is struggling with well-being, Bates encourages people to actively pursue those programming and does it in ways that are casual and necessary conversations. And I think that it's built into all of the programs at Bates. And I reflect on how I've experienced that and how it's been built for me, which is that through our academic advisors. So when you come in as a first year, you're assigned to a first year seminar, and then you get an advisor who you then work with for the next 2 years, and they help you pick classes. But beyond that, I had Steve Engel for mine, who's a professor of politics, but also the associate dean of the faculty here, a pretty popular name. And through all of my meetings from our first two, and I say this with like a deep sadness, now our last potentially, he has always been there, whether both in picking my academic classes, but also just in talking to me about my social world and my athletic world, who to go to if I'm feeling stressed or overwhelmed, and a place to share all the exciting things happening in my life, which there are so many at Bates all the time, and also just a reassurance that he will always be there for me no matter what, whether it's for academic means or really anything happening in my life. And so in that way, Bates already has that built-in program for every first year coming in, and it really has changed my experience of well-being on this campus. And that is just one example of those casual ways that well-being is really built into the entire world here at Bates.
Yeah, so I think the well-being program here at Bates offers a variety of options for people with different levels of comfort. Yeah, whether you want to talk to a person on campus through our CAPS program, or if you want to kind of like reach out to someone outside of campus, you will, which is an online telehealth company that also partners with CAPS, also is available on the weekends and evenings, could also help you with that. I know for me personally, I have a very busy schedule with football and just classes in general, so CAPS wasn't a great option for me, but I did find that you will on the weekends was the perfect fit for me in terms of timing and convenience, and I used all my credits through UWIL, which I ended up loving it, and I'm really grateful that Bates has a variety of options for people with different levels of schedule and things like that.
Well, okay, thanks to all of you. So we only have a couple minutes left. We really only have 1 minute left, actually. In like 2 words, what do you want to see Bates do to support student well-being next?
I might be a little biased here, but I think as a student athlete, I have heard great talks about the sports psychologist that works with the women's basketball team, track team, and field hockey team. So if we can find a way to kind of like spread that resource out to other sports teams, I think that'd be an amazing benefit.
Yeah, I think I would say similarly to expand the well-being office between different offices at Bates to really be a cross-campus and cross-curriculum program. So things like the Title IX and aiding discussions about healthy relationships, which I think directly relates to well-being.
Cool, thanks. Lily?
Really quickly, just to build off of what Lily said earlier, have more student initiatives by the students, and to just like, for example, a student would talk to me about wanting to submit photos so that those could be turned into postcards and be sent out during First Friday Notes.
Amazing. Thank you guys, all of you, for this time together. This was so fun.
excited to try new things, just explore the area. I don't know, it's just a big change. I'm moving across the country, so it's all just really exciting.
I don't know, I think I'm just really excited to be here. The campus is so beautiful.
For me, the big pull from Bates was the fact that it's such a tight-knit community. You know, it seems like everyone has each other's back, and that meant a lot to me.
I'm just excited to get to know everybody and get to know my roommate. And then we also have the ASOP trip, which I'm super excited for.
I'm excited to meet new people from different places. I think that'll be really cool and learn about different cultures and try new things and step out of my comfort zone.
Getting to learn and, be in a place as beautiful as Maine also was a big draw for me.
I love sharing ideas and getting to know what everyone else is interested in, and I'm just so excited to talk to people about that.
I'm really passionate about math as well, and I just want to learn more.
I mean, I really love smaller schools. I love an intimate education. I like interacting with my peers a lot. I love sort of getting a hands-on experience with what I'm studying, and I find that liberal arts is the route I should take with that. The commitment to excellence in education here is really what I was looking for.
I think I'm most proud of the fact that the past 18 years of my life have been all building up to basically this one moment, and I think just looking back and kind of remembering about all the hard work that I put into getting here is probably what I'm most proud of.
I'm proud of my parents and my family. I know how much they had to work hard and how much they had to sacrifice to get me here today, and I'm really proud of that, and I'm really grateful for that.
I can finally relax and enjoy being here, and I don't have to fight for it anymore. So I'm celebrating all my accomplishments and the reason I'm here. And I'm just I'm psyched. That's it. That's all. I'm really excited.
Having resources like CAP, I feel is really positive aspect that they have. That's kind of unique to us. Having someone to talk to in these cold winter months, or having a free resource they can get mental health assistance on.
Just being able to be an athlete and a student at the same time. I'm on the varsity swim team, but it's been a great experience being able to balance athletics and academics. And the unwavering support that both my coaches and fellow peers have had towards my goals.
This one might be obvious, but the research help desk and LAD is actually insanely helpful. They will answer any question for you, and they also are really excited to help you, it's really great. And it's a great resource.
I think there's a lot of resources that are really awesome here at Bates. One that I would shout out is our faculty advising. Starting from your first year, every student has a faculty advisor. Once you declare your major, usually in your sophomore year, you get a major advisor. We're both seniors and are going through the thesis process. In addition, you also have a faculty member who's advising your thesis. So it really feels like there's a lot of support from the second you get on campus.
Multi-faith events are a really great way to be in community and hold space together, and also do some art projects and just reflect a little bit, and those are really awesome ways to kind of be in community.
Sassy every day. I live in the tutor center. I love to be there for social time, but also because I need help every day. I'm going to shout out Commons, low-key. I love Commons. I love having everyone in one space and seeing the same faces every single day. I feel like other universities don't have that because they have multiple dining halls, so it's nice to get to see everyone in one spot.
Being able to step up into a senior leadership role in the outing club as a freshman has given me so much time to work on my leadership skills and think about what I want to do after Bates.
It's a great day to be a Bobcat.
You are looking live here at Garcelon Field here on the campus of Bates College in Lewiston, Maine. This afternoon, it's NESCAC football, the Bates Bobcats and the Middlebury Panthers. Seneca Moore in the game that time. Hands off to Linsky on the run pass option. Linsky breaks a tackle. This time Bosslake back to pass, and he's got a receiver open in the end zone. Was it a touchdown? And it is a touchdown. A 9-yard pass. Third and 8. Back to pass. Looks like it was batted away by number 23, Jack Morrison. Back to pass. He's got a receiver. And they're going to call it incomplete. 2 minutes left. Bosselate back to pass. And he's looking for Beltran. He's got Beltran down to the 33-yard line. A diving catch. If they don't get the first down, not sure what Coach Coyne would do. And there's a pass in the end zone. He's got Beltran in the end zone for a Bobcat score. 75 yards on the drive, and the Bobcats take the lead again. So Levy gets the snap, it hits the upright, and no good! The Bobcats dodge a bullet. Levy missed a 21-yard chip shot. That's no more than an extra point. It banged off the right upright and fell short. And this time the handoff taken by Stockwell, and he stopped immediately. So Bosley on the run pass option has a receiver wide open. It's going to be number 83, Ryan Gleason, and he gets the ball all the way down to the 30-yard line. Wide open in the middle of the field. Bosley slings it out to Beltran. Sergio Beltran's going to catch the ball, makes an inside move, and dives for the score. Sergio Beltran got the pass from Colton Bosley, made two quick, shifty moves there, got inside the defender, dove across the goal line for the score. And just like that, Marcos Ruiz splits the uprights. The Bobcats now take the lead again with 5:22 left. Ran back to pass, the pocket collapsed. He's going to be hit in there by a whole host of Bobcats, and who's hit first by number 23, Jack Morrison. He's going to sack Moran. And Levy's kick is up, and it looks like it's going to be short. It's short. Zach Levy ended up on the ground. The ball was short in a very brisk wind here going across the field. That ball, from the time it was kicked, had no shot. Here's the handoff, and Linsky has it, and he is hit. And they're going to do the tush push, and I think he got it. He got hit right at the line of scrimmage by about 5 Panthers. And it looks like they're going to spot him for a first down, and they are! Ryan Linsky had the greatest 1-yard run in his 2-year short career here. Earlier in the season, the Bobcats knocked off Wesleyan, and today they knocked off Middlebury. That is the first Bates Bobcats win over the Middlebury Panthers since guess when? 1988.
Hi, my name is Ned Moreland, Bates class of 2019, and it's important to me to make a gift on Great Day because Bates gave me so many amazing opportunities, and it's my chance to pay it forward. Today's Bates students continue to amaze me with their enthusiasm, cleverness, and ability to juggle seemingly a million different things at once, and quite frankly, I don't know where they find the time, but I want to support these wild, wonderful members of our Bobcat community and ensure they have the same experiences that I did, even the ones that are occasionally bizarre, such as puddle jump or the cherished traditions of short term. It's a great day to be a Bobcat. Go Bates.
I think my biggest achievement is graduating as a first-generation college student, and just being able to fly out my parents here. My little brother is such a huge privilege for me, and I'm just so excited and stoked to see them here.
I think we're really lucky to have the ability to have a class that's small, and like I know probably every single person out here coming in 2020, maybe not the most ideal, but I think although this class has been through a lot, we're really lucky to have each other, and I think it's only made us stronger on the other side.
My thesis and completing my thesis was probably the biggest moment for me, just because I was able to develop my studies to the point where I could really talk about it deeply and passionately, and I also got to meet a lot of people in the community and really connect with my advisor one-on-one.
Freshman year, I was so scared, especially coming in during 2020. I was so nervous. I didn't even want to walk to the bathroom by myself. Like, that's how nervous and scared I was. Being a senior, I feel so much more confident, and that's probably the thing I'm most proud of, and it's probably the biggest change I've made, is I'm more confident. I'm just so excited, so happy, just so eager, and I'm not afraid. Probably the most important part too.
I'm most proud of the relationships I was able to make here while I was at Bates College. We went through tougher times in the beginning, and that really brought us closer together. We all are very genuine people. It's all love, and it shows. I think we're one of the closest classes here to walk through Bates halls, and I'm excited. I'm excited to do this with everyone today.
My experience at Bates was amazing. I enjoyed every moment of it, and I wish I could relive the 4 years again.
So I originally came to Bates just wanting to be an economics major, but I took the first year seminar called The Communication Equation with Professor Andy Alford, and it was about how we communicate math and looking at math from a different perspective. And I think for me that was a pivotal point at Bates, because that's ultimately what helped me decide to major in math.
Someone who really supported me this whole time was Ornella, a Commons worker actually, who I met when I started working in Commons my sophomore year, and every single day she checked in on me, made sure I was getting fed, made sure I was, showing up for meals, and just checking up on me all through my 4 years, and I'm really gonna miss her so much.
One of the best faculty relationships I've had with a professor was my academic advisor, Emily Kane, Professor Emily Kane. She is the reason, among some of the other sociology professors, that I am a sociology major. She inspired me during a time where people could not connect because of masks, and she still was able to bring so much light and passion to a subject.
I would say the thing that I'm most proud of here is the community that we have. We just had all the seniors go up on top of Mount David and watch the sunrise, and we're all crying, hugging each other, and I think it's really special, the senior community that we have here.
I see potential everywhere at Bates. I see it in the depth and breadth of intellectual ambition that knows no limits. In Bates, I see an education that aims to treat the entirety of each student with care and attention. One that combines the academic rigor, whether it's in the classrooms, in the labs, on the stage, in the studio, with a deep investment in every aspect of success, well-being, and engagement. I see a Bates education that lays a foundation for a rich and satisfying life, allowing our students to discover their interests, to hone their talents and skills, and grow as leaders and contributors across all walks of endeavor. Our faculty are working at the forefront of their fields, breaking new ground and creating new knowledge that expands and improves understanding and the human experience. We nurture and support this place and the education that occurs here because ultimately it advances a greater good for all. I believe deeply in the power of collaboration and teamwork because I believe that when people and institutions join forces, opportunities multiply. Because I believe that win-wins are better and more lasting than just wins. And because I believe that we go further and are stronger when we lift one another up.
to the 2024 Mount David Summit.
I would say Mount David in one word is collaborative.
I would describe Mount David Summit as an end of a journey.
Focused energy.
I think it's very culminating.
Exciting?
Exciting.
I feel like I've said exciting a lot, but that's the word in my mind right now is exciting.
My thesis project is motivated by the antibiotic resistance crisis. And so my project's looking at synthesizing novel compounds in Jennifer Koviach-Cote's lab to then be researched biochemically in Colleen O'Loughlin's lab. I think the most exciting part about this work is getting a subset of data and then trying to ask what's the next experiment that I want to do.
I just walked in and all I've seen is smiles on people's faces, parents, friends, siblings, all throughout the atrium. So it's just really great to come together and present our hard work over these last 4 years.
In the first semester, I synthesized a library of compounds, and then I got to test them this semester for antiviral activity. Every year, I'm always so excited to come to Mount David and see what everyone's been working on throughout the year, just because I love hearing what people are passionate about, and it's really exciting to be that person talking now. It's been this build-up for 4 years, and now it's my turn.
We're researching, looking at regenerating retinal ganglion cells, which are the cells that connect the eye to the brain when they're lost in neurodegenerative disease. And I like that my friends are also able to sort of come to my poster and get to hear like what I've been doing, because I'm like, oh, I'm going to lab and I'm there so much, but nobody's really in lab. It's not like there's like a camera on me or like anything like around me that's like, oh, here's what Maddie's doing today. So it's cool to be able to have my friends come and get to see what I've been doing as well.
In many ways, I think Mount David is the culmination of some of the most important things that I've done as a Bates student, that I've been committed to as a Bates student. It's exciting, maybe a bit nerve-wracking to think that I'm giving the presentation this time around.
Basically, this summit has been my inspiration and motivation for me to kind of envision my senior self writing or presenting my senior thesis.
I've been working with Professor Bev Johnson in the EECS department, looking at carbon dynamics upstream and downstream of a tidal restriction in a salt marsh in Wells. I didn't know that research was something I wanted to do going into college, and learning from her expertise has been so incredible to my development. And it's really nice to have someone who's taking an interest in your growth and your education.
When I was a first year, I couldn't even imagine being a senior, let alone finishing a thesis. So being here is a very surreal experience, and it just showcases the hard work I've done in lab, that my peers have done in lab or in the classroom or other spaces, as well as my mentors' great ability to teach and guide someone through a research project. So getting to share that good feeling with everyone is great.
Working with students was the big draw for me to come to Bates.
I think many people think of research as something that these people are just like over there looking at some things in the microscope and carrying around these colorful chemicals, but it's just more than that. I would say it's a whole growth process. We don't just grow professionally, but we also grow in the way we interact with the people around us, making friends, and also just making very good connections with our personal instructor over here. We have a pretty small group here. We share jokes, we share life stories and experiences. At the same time, we're getting some progress up in the lab.
I really like doing hands-on things. I didn't expect to like Western blot so much because we work with gels, and it's very nice to experience it with your hands. And it feels like I am a child, even though I'm in a professional lab, but it feels very nice to me. I feel like I enjoy the process of research in general. There is something about it as it's very structural, but since you never know what actually is at the other side of it, you're always wondering, which gives it this sense of adventure.
Lab for me has been a great exposure tool for gaining exposure with techniques and stuff, and really what a layout would look like in a post-grad lab as opposed to undergrad labs. So a lot of orgo labs, and this is just by design, is they're set up for you. And you get to learn skills, but they're not really at your discretion. That's one of the great things about this lab, is you have a lot of freedom and control about what direction
Thank you so much for watching. Okay. Two, three, four. Well, my heart knows me better than I know myself, so I'm gonna let it do all the talk. I came across a place in the middle of nowhere with a big black horse and a cherry tree. I felt a little fear upon my back, said don't look back, just keep on walking. And the big black horse said look this way, he said hey lady, will you marry me? But I said no, 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 no. Said no, 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 no. Said no, no, you're not the one for me.
No, 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 no.
Well, my heart had a problem in the early hours, so it stopped dead for me to and I cut some cord and I shouldn't have done it, and I won't forgive me after all these years. So I sent it to a place in the middle of nowhere with a big black horse and a carriage. Now it won't come back 'cause it's all so happy, and now I got all for the world to see. But I said no, 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 no. Said no, no, you're not the one. No, 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 no. Said no, no, you're not the one for me.
No, 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 no.
Not the one for me, yeah.
No, 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 no.
I said no, 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 no. You're not the one for me. No, 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 no. You're not the one for me. No, 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 no. Big black horse and a cherry tree. I can't quite get there 'cause my heart forsaken me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Big black horse and a cherry tree. I can't quite get there 'cause my heart forsaken me. No, no.
One, two, three. You're a rich girl, but it's gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway. You can rely on your old man's money. You can rely on your old man's money. It's a rich girl, but it's gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway. Say money, money won't get you too far, get you too far. Don't you know?
Thank you so much for joining. Thank you. It's a great day to be a Bobcat.